Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in, together we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, the treasure you'll find. With every word we'll light up your day. Join the conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you'll find.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, everybody. And thank you for being here. Good morning, Miss Doodlebug.
Good morning. How'd you sleep? You were up late.
I was up later than you think I was up late.
I caught the end of the show. I went back and watched the end, and it was like almost 2:00 then, my time.
I was up till 4. I was watching to see if everybody was okay, like if nothing devastating, like really hit hard around 2:30, something like that. So yeah. And I was back up at 7.
Yeah, I don't do well with a few hours sleep.
I'm good. I got my caramel cream coffee, and I got the toothpicks here if I need it. I'm good.
Walmart has a pecan pie flavored foam like whipped cream coffee, or like cream for your coffee. So yesterday I was wired on this stuff. I don't even drink coffee like that, but now I'm addicted. I'm telling you, it's the new drug. It has to be.
My wife found, and doesn't like this kind of stuff, but she found a Twix candy bar flavor liquid creamer, and I'm like, ew, really? And it's sugar free. She's like, no, you don't get it. Try it. And I did, and I'm like, oh, okay. She's addicted. She loves it. She's addicted too.
Yeah, this pecan pie flavored is amazing.
Well, I'm afraid of something like that because I love pecan pie. That's like my favorite pie, period. And if it's not sugar free, I won't touch it. So that's probably my savior right there.
Yeah. Usually I only drink the sugar free, but I saw it and I was like, oh, maybe just a little bit. No, the whole thing's gone. I'm like, oh no.
That's how it works. They do it on purpose. They get you addicted to this stuff. They're like, it's no big deal. Yeah. Okay. Until you're buying 3-4 bottles a week. It is what it is. Good morning, everybody that's here. Thank you so much for joining us and coming in and choosing to wake up with Doodle and me. Appreciate you very much. Right out of the gate, before we go anywhere, so sit still. I want to thank my blue crew for being here today, as always. You guys are absolutely amazing because everybody knows I couldn't, wouldn't, or shouldn't ever do this without them. I wouldn't exist without them. I want to thank, straight up, right away, Miss Cassie, or my GERD, one of my reporters in the field, as I've been calling her, Miss SRB, our weather lady, because she's been doing some stuff, and Miss Wisdom, the mother of all three of you. I got to tell you right out of the gate, you guys have been amazing for the past few days with this hurricane stuff. All this information we've been getting has been coming directly from you. Thank you for that. All the ways you guys been setting this up for me. Thank you for being, just amazing. I got to thank you guys. I couldn't do this stuff without you. All they're just throwing stuff at me left and right, guys, and keeping me rolling. I can't even keep up with them. So thank you, SRBBBB, Miss Cassie, and Miss Wisdom Speaks. God bless, and thank you so much for everything you do for this channel. You guys are amazing. I hope you know that. We really do appreciate you. And all my mods, everybody in here, the blue crew, you guys are all amazing. Don't get me wrong. Those three, though, have been hammering this like you wouldn't believe. This is a foundation for what I've been doing, and I couldn't do it without them.
They have been on this for a week. They have been trying to get you all the stuff they could possibly get. I'm so proud of you.
Yes, absolutely nonstop. I mean, and it's just bing, 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 bing. I'm telling you, it's a little weather team there. Cassie and SRB are like literally should probably be working for a station somewhere doing weather. And Miss Sherry, she pulls all the important stuff about what's really going on in the background with this, that, and everything else. And it's crazy. So as far as I'm concerned, that's my weather team. And, just saying, it is what it is. So thank you all three of you for everything. You guys are absolutely 100% amazing. I couldn't do without you. So God bless. And that needed to be said right away because I don't think I've been as appreciative, shown the appreciation where it needs to be. If I have, I just don't feel like I have. So that's why you got that this morning. I didn't mean to embarrass anybody and put you out on Front Street, but you deserve it. So thank you again. And thank you to the rest of the Blue Crew for everything you guys have done as well. Like I said, I couldn't do this without any of you guys. So I know I have a large team, but it takes a village to do these things, folks. And I'm beyond grateful. Doodlebug, Mama Bear, Arctic Fox, Mind of Monsters, all of them. Every single one of them takes part in what I do in here. I wouldn't be doing any of this without any of them. So I love and adore each and every one of you. I hope you know that. And I hope you know that this channel exists because of you. So thank you again from the heart. Let's see. Speaking of amazing and awesome, who do we have here with us today? Because I see a lot of blue. So that means the Blue Crew, as always, is here. Miss SR B. Thank you for being here. Miss Wisdom Speaks. Miss Sherry's always here. Let's see, Miss Cassie Irma Gerd, the reporter in the field, as I called her recently. That's not stuck, and I love it. Irma Gerd. That's how I could see Cassie standing out with a microphone, standing in the middle of a storm, going, "Irma Gerd, it's her bird," doing that the whole thing the way she does. I think it'd be hilarious.
I think she's more of an America kind of girl, holding that flag up.
Yes, I can get that. I get that too, absolutely. But I love it. Mama Bear, look at Mama Bear. Back to work, but still here with us.
Oh, she's back to work. I was hoping she'd like pop in and surprise us again.
I know. I love when she does that. But I got good news. She just told me this morning.
Okay, spill it.
She's off next week.
Okay,
now,
the whole week?
I think quite a bit, yeah. Now here's the thing.
Right.
I don't want to jinx this and talk about it.
Right.
I'm not gonna wait because every time she tells me this shit, guess what happens? I gotta go to work. Because I'm not going to go into it. But anyway, I just pray she's good. And we might have her here a lot next week. I can't wait. So
that would be amazing.
Absolutely. So again, Mama Bear, good to see you here. Don't work too hard today. I know you will, but still. Mama D, welcome back to you. Great to see you. I appreciate you so very much. Miss Victoria and Angel, thank you so much for being here. Victoria's been dropping a lot of information too, and I appreciate that, Victoria, so very much.
Yeah, Margaret, she sends me stuff too, and I'm so appreciative. She really pays attention.
Very much, very much. The whole community literally has been handing stuff here. Dago here, and you too. So you guys, that's how this show here in the morning, that's how this show runs. If we don't get the information from you guys, I mean, we go get our own stuff if we have to, but you guys do a lot of that, and we base it off of a lot of what you do, and that's what it's all about in here. So I appreciate every single one of you guys, not just for being here, but for dropping the information that you do. You know, Taylor's dropped me stuff, Alabama Mama, a lot of people, guys. I just name a few off the top of my head, but still. So thank you, Victoria.
I love how we get to interact with chat. I just love that part. It's like one big community or family, so we can actually like communicate with one another. It's really neat. I like that.
Like sitting down at the dinner table with the family and having, how'd your day go? How'd your day go? It went great. How about you? You know what I mean?
Right.
It's exactly what it seems like to me, and I love it. I agree with you. So also, oh, by the way, Walt Harris, Dago here. Good to see you, sir. Thank you for joining us. Always a pleasure, my friend. Mark and Betty, all the way from over the pond. Great to have you here, Mark and Betty. Good afternoon to you. Miss Faithful Mom Cheryl, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Let me see.
Wisdom says, I'm nosy and have to tell somebody what I find.
And that's okay. That's quite all right.
Love you, Wisdom. Go ahead. Tell us everything.
Everything. We do love you. Mocha's in the house. Welcome back, Mocha. Thank you for joining us today. Steven's Adventures always here. Thank you, Steven. We appreciate you so very much. Let's see here. Yeah, the 80s music vibe is kind of Doodle and I and Mama Bear, for the most part, are all 80s people. We love 80s music. We love 80s movies. We love the 80s. So I think it's kind of fitting that we kind of have that for the channel, in my opinion. So that's me. I don't know what Doodle thinks, but what Mom Bear thinks. Just saying.
Oh, of course, of course.
That's how I feel. We're 80s babies, folks. We might have been born in the 70s, but we love the 80s because that was the best time in our lives, I imagine. So
the best music. They'll
it
never
was.
be able to redo that.
Music, yeah, never. They try. It's never the same. Craven Crimes back in the house today. Good to see you. Thank you so much, Leslie and Billy. Always here. Thank you for being here again. We appreciate you. Let's see. Did I miss any? JC Ann, welcome back to you. Good to see you, Miss JC. I hope you're having a great day today. Victoria Burgess in the house. Welcome back to you. Let's see here. Let me see. Absolutely 80s baby. That's right. We loved our 80s, guys. The 80s, I think, was the best decade. I've been argued with over this a lot, but in my opinion, the music, the movies, every bit of the 80s was the best for me. And I love every bit of it. So, brutally honest, 78 in the house. Welcome back to you. And Robert Bell, good morning to you, my friend. I hope you're all having a great day today. Anybody that's down in the Florida region, I hope you're all good and okay. And we're going to be looking into that today, of course. We got to check out what Milton did. And I got to say, last night we were on this, okay? Again, thank you to my weather team, because that's what they are. This lovely lady up on screen right here saying absolutely 80s baby. She's done so much with this, and I couldn't have done it without her. And Miss Cass, or youngin, as I'll say. These two are amazing. Like, I wouldn't have been able to do this. Every question I had an answer to it because of this lady here, and Miss Cassie. So thank you both again. But again, we were here watching this last night, and I gotta say, I'm kind of happy. It did some damage, folks. It did some damage. Don't get me wrong. And it came in a little crazy, but it was not as bad as it was predicted to be. Thank the Lord. I expected, like, it was going to flatline everything, folks. And it didn't.
And this is why they don't all evacuate whenever being told to. Because they pull their life together, take little pieces of every memory they possibly could hold on to, and they leave. Which is still, I mean, it's great that it didn't hit that hard. But this is why people don't evacuate. And it's the same with tornadoes. I mean, we get these all summer long. We get it.
Oh, yeah.
But there's always that chance, though.
Every time. There's Mother saying, I tried to tell you. That's Mother for you. Yes, ma'am, you did. Yes, you did. Appreciate that. I can get into that. Listen. If you're obsessing about something that could save somebody or help somebody in some way, I can't say that anybody's going to complain about it, SRB. So, did I really try to, like, shorten her name even shorter than it was? That's crazy.
It's early. Who cares?
It is. Yeah, guys, I only slept a couple hours, so bear with me. I'm stinging on coffee right now, and who knows what. If I fall out, Doodle's here. It'll be all right.
I don't know how you do it, because when you get the least little bit of sleep, you're wired. But when you sleep well, it's like you come out and you're like, good morning. I'm not like that.
Well, remember, I worked in the fire service for years, and I'm used to getting up at the middle of the night, running all night, not doing nothing, sleeping for an hour, and going right back and doing it again. My body's just conditioned to that. So,
yeah, well, I never was. I did that, but I never liked it. I never did well with it.
It does suck. Don't get me wrong. I have days where my body catches up and says, hey, stupid. You ain't slept in like 3 days. It's time to do something here. And I go.
Hate that. I hate when your body reminds you your age. You're like, oh, ow, okay, thanks. Yeah, I'm almost.
Yeah, that's the other one too. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. What do we got here? Good morning, first and foremost. And guys, just so you know, just because we have a different type of show in the morning, it doesn't mean that I don't carry out my traditions, because I love birthdays. Everybody knows I love birthdays, because that's what brought you to me. If it weren't for your birthday, you wouldn't be here with me. So again, I celebrate birthdays for you all. And it says, good morning, lady of the 80s here. And it is October 10th. Yes, 10/10, my birthday. Guess what? Happy birthday, Miss Ray. Thank you so much for being here with us. And that means to me, and this one's going to be hard.
Happy birthday, Ray.
Because I don't know Ray that well, but I'll figure something out. May I ask you, Ray, without being disrespectful, if I could, how young are you today, Miss Ray? All right, what decade of your age are you in, Miss Ray? This is your second birthday with me. That's right. We did this last year. Let me see.
I feel you, Mama D. That's exactly what I feel like when I wake up. It's like, oh my goodness, am I supposed to make all these sounds just trying to get out of bed? Wow, okay.
Snap, crackle, pop. Oh wow, that is awesome. A healthy, happy 62 years. Congratulations to you. So that means to me, since I don't know you as well, but you're here all the time, so I should. Your comments, though, that's how I usually get to know you guys.
Yes, always respectful. I've never seen them say anything disrespectful to anyone.
Ever. Let me try this then. Give me one moment.
Yeah, Mark and Betty. Listen, the 60s children, they're their own breed too. Definitely.
All right, I think I got it. So first and foremost, because it is Miss Ray Baldick's birthday today, 62 years young. This is for you. And I hope you enjoy. And if everybody would please wish Miss Ray a happy birthday in the chat here, I would appreciate that so very much. Welcome, Moonlight Baby. Good to see you this morning. I hope you're having a great day today. And thank you for joining us. Here we go, Miss Ray. This for you.
Happy birthday. Here's to you. A toast to your birthday.
Does it sound okay, Doodle?
Yeah, sounds good.
You're grown up and you got that thing. Oh, you're such a sassy lady. Oh, such a dream. Happy birthday, baby. It's my gift to you. A love so warm and kind. And a world just made for me and you. Hey, cheers to you. A toast to your birthday. I'm hoping, queen of my heart, that you'll never, never part. Happy birthday, baby. Happy birthday, baby. It's my gift to you. A love so warm and kind. And a love just made for today. Just to you. A toast to your birthday. I'm hoping, queen of my heart, that we'll never, never part. Happy birthday, baby. Happy birthday, baby. Happy birthday, baby.
Happy birthday, Miss Ray. Thank you again so very much.
I even had that 60s snap going on with my fingers. How they just kind of fling their wrist.
Yeah, my fingers were snapping. I was kind of bobbing my head. I love that era for music. You know
I
what
do
mean?
too. And the women were always so beautiful. They always got up, put their makeup and their pretty little dress on. It's a good time. It was a good. I mean, it's a neat generation.
They took care of themselves, and yes, Very prim and proper looking. Agreed. And the time, I always said that I should have been born back then. Been a teenager in the 60s or the 50s, I think. I loved it.
I could see you in the 50s with your rolled up sleeves and your rolled up pants with your cigarettes rolled up in your sleeves up at the
I would have
top.
been
Slick
that.
hair.
Yes, that 100% would have been me. And there is your little cake there, Miss Ray. To make a little wish. Blow them candles out, if you will. And I hope you have the very best day you possibly can, my dear. I hope you have an amazing year leading up to this time next year, and we can do this again with you. We love you to death. We appreciate you so much, and I hope everything is perfect for you today. God bless, and happy birthday once again. And yes, guys, I make a big deal about it. It's a little too much, some people say, but that's okay. You know what? Because you guys are that important to me. Like I said, if it wasn't for the day you was born, you wouldn't be here with me, and that means everything. So everybody deserves.
So many people never even get a happy birthday.
That's right.
It matters to people. It does.
That is absolutely right. Absolutely right. Phil Gilbert Villian, good to see you, my friend. Good to have you here. PHYL, I spelled it for you. Great to have you here, Phil. I hope you're having a great day today. I think I was too, Zelda. Truly, I should have been the 50s. You know, when I realized this is I used to love Happy Days. Loved Happy Days. You know, of course, I wanted to be Fonzie. Everybody wanted to be Fonzie, but the time was so innocent. Everything was so. I don't even know how to explain it, but that is where I felt like I should have been. It is what it is. So
I don't really have an era that I feel like I belong to because I know I'm an old soul, but I would go all the way back to pioneer days. I think I would because I like to do things the hard way.
yes, you would fit in back there too. I definitely agree with that. Definitely. Absolutely. It's a good song, Cass. So I hope you enjoyed the song, that version of it. I try to pick different songs for everybody because it fits them per se the best I can. As compared to, you know, how well I know everybody in the chat. I try to know everybody I can, but
On my birthday, you brought tears to my eyes because it nailed it. It just nailed me completely. I even had tears. I was like, what the heck? See, that's how personal we actually get to know the chat even. Because you didn't know me that well, but you figured me out in a little bit of time. And I was like, wow.
It's important to me to know you guys. It really is. That's one thing I've always said when I started this channel, the other show, I should say. But it's important for the people that come in here. They come in here. Granted, it could be a hobby or whatever, something to do. But people are important. And I've watched so many other channels that I used to go to that pay no attention to the people in the chat. Those are the people that are making your channel what it is. And you don't talk to them. They just don't speak to them. And I don't understand that. You know, every now and again, you'll see a comment pop up from somebody that was in the chat, but that's not enough to me. I want to know what everybody feels like in the chat today. Everybody needs to know that I see you, that I know you're here, and I appreciate you being here. That's what I don't get. And everybody doesn't do that. So that's why I started that way. And I want to know everybody. I get personal with everybody. Some people have said that it's not the right, I shouldn't be that way, so on and so forth. And I bring my real life here. Everybody knows that, so on and so forth. Maybe I shouldn't have done some of that, whatever. I like being that way. I like being real with everyone. I don't like coming in here as a character and being a different person in real life. It makes no sense. You know what I'm saying? So to me, this is real life to some people that don't have anything else. That's all they have. We are all they have. And I will always be that way. And that's why I take the time to say, hey, how are you today? How's your day going? I'm grateful that you're here. We love you. Things like that. You know what I mean? It's just who I am. And that's who I think everybody should be. And I'm not downing other people that don't do that. I'm just saying that's the way I like to be. That's the way I want this channel to be. I want it to be different from other channels. That's why we made it this way. And
yes,
the people,
it's important. It's so important. Some like I'm one, I don't have family like that. So I love that when I come in here, it's like a family, you know, and I can greet everyone and say hello and they greet me back. That means something to people that don't have big families.
Yes. Yeah. And that's, like I said before, sometimes me saying, I'm not going to use a name, but saying, I'm going to make up a name, saying hello to Sam that one time that day, that's the only time anybody's going to speak to Sam that entire day. Okay.
Right.
That could make or break their whole day. Everybody needs to feel important because everybody is important. Everybody in here matters. Always. No matter what. Period. End of story. That's why we run the links that we run to make sure that everybody knows that they're never alone. When you become part of this family, you become part of this family. Period. Okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't care about what people think or say. You know, I have a horrible, horrible memory, folks, and I do my very best. I had brain surgery, so I have a little bit of a reason, and I'm getting old. Don't get me wrong, I'm getting old too. But I do my very, very best to ensure that everybody in this community feels important. Okay. And if anybody ever doesn't feel important, that's a problem for me. If somebody comes in here and they've been here for a while, and then all of a sudden I don't see them, I go looking for you. And if you don't believe me, ask around. They'll tell you.
Yep. Like this morning, I'm looking in chat. I don't see Brian. So immediately I'm like, oh, panic mode. I hope Brian's okay. You know, we do this with everyone. We're just like, uh-oh, we haven't saw Cassie in like 3 days. Oh, no. It's just what we do.
And they do it to me too, folks. Don't get me wrong. This community, that's why this community is so amazing to me, that we've built this community up. They will do that to me. If I don't speak to somebody in this crew of people in here, the blue crew per se, God bless, 24 hours, good God, forget about that. That's a joke. I get messages left and right. Are you okay? Where you at? Let me know what's going on. That's what I'm saying. That's what community family is.
Psycho messaging. Where you at? Are you okay? Are you awake? Are you depressed? Are you happy? Have you eaten?
100%. They take absolute care of me in every aspect, folks. And I wouldn't still be here truly if it wasn't for a lot of them. I'll tell you that right now. That's a fact. Even down to my own personal troll that became one of the best parts of this team, Walt Harris. Imagine that. Okay. This guy trolled the hell out of me. Uh-oh. What did I say, Mom? Mother. She said, answer me, Dig. She's talking to me like my mom does. Hold on. What was your question, Miss Sherry? Always remember you matter. Did you ask me a question or did you say something?
I think she just means like when she messages you, she's like, answer me, Dago. You better answer me.
Yeah. Yes. And God forbid you don't answer this one. This is not the one that you know. The other ones I can get away with it for a while. Not Miss Sherry. No. I've said before, Miss Sherry's like the channel mother. She really is. And she checks on all of us. She makes sure we're all okay. When we're not feeling well or we're sad or upset, she is too. All that kind of stuff, you guys. I mean, it's truly, in my opinion, a family. Moonvale, great to see you. Oh, good Lord. 1:12 a.m. God bless, dear. I hope you have a wonderful night. Get some sleep and hope to see you again soon. She must be over the pond as well. So that is the, I know I'm rambling, but that is what it is in here, guys. 39 peeps in here, guys. Thank you so much for joining us today. I hope you're all having a great day. 32 likes. We're getting 38 likes. We're getting there. They must have seen me look. He's looking. We better like it. Hurry up. 39 likes and 39 peeps. You guys are amazing. Sweet dreams of Moonville. Absolutely. Australia, another down under. I love my Aussies. I do. God bless, dear. Have a great night and hope to see you again soon. Miss Kells 420 in the house. Hey, beautiful people. Something else that stuck because you guys are. What did Phil just say? Phil, I know how it feels to be new or looking in and wondering if I fit. When you're new to a channel, you immediately pick up on the closeness of others. Can be alienating. That's something I've never wanted anybody to ever feel. Right.
He's right.
And I think you fit in, Phil. Your comedy.
Oh yes, definitely. He definitely fits in.
It's like having two Walts. Just saying. Nothing against you, Walt. Nobody can replace you, Walt. Don't think that. I'm just saying.
Hey, Walt, Doodle here. I hope you work well today.
Exactly. All right, Miss Cass. Thank you for jumping in here beforehand. I appreciate that. We will be having a meeting today. I promise this time. The boss went back to work today, and I have nothing I have to do. So once we're done, we're going into our meeting today for those of you that are available. I appreciate it very much. He definitely does, SRB. He definitely does. It makes me check things and check myself, and that's good. I appreciate that very much.
And
Thank you
he's very respectful. He gives compliments, and he's very, very respectful.
very
Really.
much so. And if he feels like if he upsets somebody by some chance and he think he's apologetic, and that's important when you realize it, or somebody says something he doesn't mean to be, and we
Right. He
appreciate
doesn't mean it that way.
100%. And again, thank you all for being here today. Again, guys, we're going to be doing what we do, current events, but mostly today, as I threw in a title, we got to check on everybody in Florida. We got to check on what has happened down in Florida since Milton made his appearance, because it was labeled as catastrophic. It was labeled as this is going to be a Cat 5. If there was a Cat 6, it would be that. That scared a lot of us immediately. The statement from the Tampa Bay mayor scared a lot of us when we were listening to it. And I'm like, good God. I was talking to Doodle kind of privately and said, I hope these people are going to make it. This is scary as hell. She in turn says the same thing. So I don't know. All I got to say is I'm grateful that it seems to be less than what it was. Not to say it didn't do any bad stuff or any damage, because it did. Guys, it could have been so much worse based on what they were saying. There was damage done before this, pre-storm from tornadoes, which blew my mind, like literally blew my mind. But again, let's see what has happened since then, now that we can see what's going on. Absolutely, Kel. Thank you for being here, hon. We appreciate you on both sides.
North, we're heading to Anna Maria Island. This is the first time that you are actually seeing this area. We're probably, several inches to a foot of water right now driving through. And thank you so much for letting us join you. What have you been seeing? I know that Helene was more of a rain storm surge event. That's where we see the sand. But with Milton, it's very different. It was more of a wind event. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. We've definitely seen more wind damage versus the flooding and the sand that we saw with Helene.
Tell me a little bit about just the destruction. Have you had to rescue anyone? Have you seen people evacuate this morning? Did people ride out the storm from their homes?
As far as we know, nobody rode out the storm here in Bradenton Beach in their home. We went through multiple times prior to landfall with law enforcement and the National Guard, just going home to home to make sure we were getting everybody out. And it looks like everybody did follow the evacuation order and left the island, or left this portion of the island.
That's a really good sign.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Welcome, Miss Carla. Thank you for joining us today. We appreciate that. And yes, I hope Brian is doing okay too. I hope to see him pop in here. I will worry about him until I see him, but we'll see. We'll find out.
We know that the bridges have been closed, water's out, power's out, down lines are everywhere. You could just take a look at this destruction. The rails are, trees are down, palm trees. It's a different coastline this morning.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we got definitely a lot more debris on the ground from the houses versus a lot of the furniture and like household items that we saw with Helene. Definitely seeing a lot more pieces of siding, wood, pieces of roof, power lines.
My photographer and I were out here post Hurricane Helene. We had been speaking with these residents that had just been out here assessing the damage after the storm, and 13 days later, they are not able to access. Look at these cars that are still just buried in the sand. I mean, this is the reality of what it is.
And this is from Helene. Those two cars that are right there are from.
Yeah, for all of you who don't know, all this sand, we saw this yesterday when we were looking through things. All this sand that is like mounded up like this and all over, that's all from Helene. Okay. So Helene did this, and then Milton comes in behind Helene and just made much more of a mess on top of that, which is so sad for these people. I feel for these people like horribly because of the mess that they're going to have to clean. These people have to dig their cars out, move all this sand back to the beach areas. I mean, you're not supposed to see mounds of stuff. It's like a giant snowstorm hit. You know what I mean? And you got
like it almost looks like salt in our areas.
yeah. I mean, it's like whenever they plow the roads after a blizzard, and you got mounds of snow all around you. That's exactly what this reminds me of here. This is crazy. Mom is working, and I'm hoping to hear from her soon because she'll be breaking. I pray She was okay when we left her last night, but that was, before 2, 3 a.m. I'm hoping that she's okay. I hope to hear from Mystery as well. I hope she's okay. I don't think she was down there, but still, I like to see and hear from everybody that comes in here on a regular basis. Yeah, cars buried in the sand definitely looks crazy, doesn't it? Doesn't it remind you of here when we have our blizzards and stuff? Because SRB's in Ohio, like I am, and typically, if we get snow, this is what it looks like afterwards. They push it all out of the way so we can use the roads. T2014, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Mom posted good. Okay, thank you so much, guys. I didn't get to see it, but I didn't have time to look. So good. I'm glad to hear that. I know Kimber was going to check on her this morning, and I didn't hear anything negative from Kimber, so that's good. Good to hear. I'm sure Mom, when she realizes we're live, when she gets a break, she'll pop in. She promised she would. Good morning, Molly. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you being here. So yes. Again, everybody that I was worried about down. I haven't heard from Mikey yet this morning either, but Mikey was doing okay last night when I left him. Again, I hope he's okay. As well as there he is right there. Bing, bang, boom. Good morning, Brian. So now we don't have to worry. Great to see you, sir. I hope you're doing okay. I hope everything's okay with you. You're here, so that tells me you have power and internet at least. So thank you for joining us, Brian. I hope everything's well. And we appreciate you being here. We was just talking about worrying about you. Now we need to see his mom, Mike, and Mystery. Onward and upward.
Been buried like that since Halloween.
It's devastating out here. I mean, it's a ghost town, and thankfully people heeded those warnings and evacuation orders. It took us a while to get to this area. We drove through a devastated mobile home park community, and those were obviously under an evacuation order because it is so vulnerable to the winds. We do know that the roofs of those mobile homes completely tore up. They were tangled in the down power lines. Just devastation. We saw the insulation just scattered everywhere. But as we're looking around, these barrier islands remain closed at this hour because first responders like yourself, Jeremy, are out here assisting in any way. Talk to me about what your team is doing right now.
So right now, the team just got back onto the island a few hours ago. And our initial actions were performing the initial damage assessments with the Chief of Police, Chief Cosby, and going up and down every street, comparing the damage, the new damage that we're seeing now to what we saw prior to the storm making landfall, taking note of any power lines or power equipment that may be down. And we're taking all that information and getting it back to DOT and FPL for restoration efforts.
After the storm, we see neighbors coming together in such a dire time. What have you noticed? People are hurting right now, but what have you noticed overall?
This community is a very strong, very hardy community. Everybody, just like you said, has been helping everybody make it through this storm, neighbor helping neighbor. People even from the mainland, family, friends, everybody's been coming out here to do what they can to get debris up and get these people up and running back with their normal lives again.
Okay, and we see another truck passing through. I've seen so many crews from Northeast Florida, and that's
Thank
where
you, Stan, and
I
welcome.
actually came from. I came from the Jacksonville area before moving to Tampa, and it's just amazing to see crews from all over Florida coming together in a time of need. I know that you've been tasked by the governor, but this is what you do. You're a first responder. It's amazing. So thank you for everything that you're doing. Look what we're seeing, just down lines. What's your reaction? Have you been up to this point yet?
No, that's actually my first time making it up to the north end of Bradenton Beach.
Can we take a pause right here for right now?
Yeah,
I think we're gonna head out and just see what we can see. Just What are you expecting to see if we continue to drive north here?
There's an additional mobile home park that's just up here on our right. There's a lot of debris from inside the house related to Helene. So interested to see how this community fared.
What are some of the reports that you've been responding to?
At this point, like I said, we're not really receiving any reports from the general public because there's nobody out here on the island. It's more of finding things as we go along.
Okay. Well, that's a good thing. People heeding those warnings. So we're going to continue driving and we'll keep you posted. We continue here on the barrier islands in Manatee County. For now, we'll send it back to you.
So the USAR guys you see coming through.
Yeah, one tree after another out there, Beth. My gosh.
You got to feel for all the people waking up
Absolutely.
in Polk County having to deal with all of that damage right now.
All right, we're going to send it to break. Our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton's aftermath continues after the break.
The power is out. Back here with you.
All right. Well, there's a little look there on that side of things. That's Siesta Key. That is where Milton made landfall last night around, was it 8:30, 9 o'clock last night, I believe, my time. And it came in hard. I'll say that much. I tell you, I was watching a couple different, JLR was live, sitting in one spot in St. Petersburg. Folks, it was rough. I was flipping back and forth between different channels, and I'm telling you, wow, I've never seen a storm like that. Even the tornadoes that I've witnessed, you know, the wind is unbelievable to watch. It really is. Oh, look, speaking of which, looks like he's live too.
Yeah, and his car was rocking. I was like,
He
oh my God,
was.
I was screaming at him, get out, get go,
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, he was. I was wondering if he was going to roll over, to be honest with you. Now, he's live right now. I'll show you a little bit of what he's doing. He was going through this area last night, right before we shut down. He went to I believe it's the Devil Ray Stadium, or it's called, what is it called? Something.
The Tropicana.
Tropicana
Yeah,
Field.
I couldn't even say it either.
Sorry. Tropicana Field. The roof's gone. It was just taken off, completely off. So let's see what he's got to say about where he's at now. He went through here last night. It was hard to see a lot.
And the after. That's what we do on JLR Investigates. Now, eventually, I'd like to get back to those islands. Might not be able to do it today. I want to see what downtown Tampa looks like, too. Because, man, that storm was whipping through Tampa.
See, this is what I'm saying. Like this is dealable in my opinion, but this could have been so much worse.
Definitely.
I mean, now I will say this: few hours before it made landfall, I want to say there was 24 different tornadoes that went through this area yesterday, guys. Different areas, Fort Myers Beach, and a few other areas got whacked. I mean, they were already damaged. There was cars flipped upside down. Houses completely shredded, roofs ripped off, things like that. Like, yeah, the tornado damage was crazy. And then Milton comes in right behind that to do more to it, you know? So it's just horrific. But this right here, this could have been so much worse right here.
It makes me wonder if the tornadoes kind of helped the hurricane go back out to
Bring it
sea
down.
instead
Yeah.
of staying.
I mean, it's possible. Very possible. Hold on a minute, everyone.
Oh, look at those boys. They look like they're having fun. Zooming by on bikes.
Absolutely. Yes, I did, Molly. Thank you.
I agree, Victoria. Man is no match for Mother Nature. And that is true, because even when you cut your grass and you walk off and you just abandon it, Mother Nature takes over. She claims her territory.
Amen to that. That's no lie. No lie. Yeah, there was a lot of tornadoes, guys. I couldn't believe it. First off, I've never seen a tornado go through Florida ever. Okay, that was just, but I get how storms roll. But I don't know if there were tornadoes along with Helene. That's a good question, Brian. Like I said, I've never heard of that before.
And I don't know that the tornadoes helped or hurt this hurricane, but I mean, it's kind of ironic to me that happened first and then the hurricane like died down a little. So maybe that had something, but I don't know.
Yeah, because it was projected to be like a very, very bad Cat 5, almost a 6 that doesn't exist. And then we came in at a 3, which was, in my opinion, you know, a godsend. Because if it would have came in, I mean, looking at it as a 3, the way we were, can you imagine if that would have been a 5, Doodle?
Oh no. And little Lieutenant Dan, I mean, he had to be rescued, but he made it. And little things like that, it's just so scary because they get so many of this that they hype this up and then they stay, nobody's going to leave from so many false calls. But
I
you always
still
have to remember that next one could be the one.
right. I mean, it's just like people that are in California. They live through earthquakes regularly. Victoria is a San Francisco person and knows this. Like they get earthquakes all the time, and you just never know when that one earthquake is going to be the one. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
Um,
definitely.
so people living with these things regularly, it's crazy. You and I, I live in Tornado Alley where I'm at right here, in the Midwest. You have tornadoes where you're at too. But
Yeah, frequently.
the worst thing that we deal with, but it's not a big deal for us because we're so used to it. You know what I'm saying? When they
Yep.
happen, they're still bad, but we're just so used to it.
Yeah, and
You
you and
know,
I both just sit and watch them because we are
right.
so used to the false calls. But it's the one time that it's not false that we're gonna wish we would have gotten our shelter or basement and kind the safe. Always be safe, please.
100%. 100%. Yes. Victoria said she did too in Springfield when she lived there. So there you go. It's scary. It is, but like I said, a lot of Doodle just said, we'll get tornado warnings. I'll be in here on a live, and over this last summer, I've had the team come in and like, get out of here, shut down, go now, get to your basement. I'm like, it's not that serious, guys. It's okay. It's okay. And they're flipping out. I'm just used to it, and I'm just like, okay, don't waddle, we'll shut everything down nice and slow and go stand on the front porch and look around. And I'm like, well, there's a cloud there. Oh, wait, there's a funnel. And then the sirens start dropping.
Yep. Same here.
I don't get nervous until I start hearing some rumbling. Okay. When you start hearing sounds like a train coming down your road, that's when you go.
Yeah, but the bad part is that's too late.
It is.
That's the bad part. But we all do it. And I think that's what they did here. They're like, listen, we've done this for years. We know what's coming. We're not leaving.
I do believe that's what happened with Helene too, because a lot of people were,
Of
didn't
course. Yep.
expect, I
Right.
definitely didn't. When this made landfall and hit Florida, and I'm like, okay, this is bad. But then it went straight up, and we got it here. We got remnants of this here. Indiana, I believe, got some of it. I don't think Michigan did now, because was told that Michigan did, but then I hear it didn't. So, but that's quite a ways up north, guys. If it went straight up the coast, and it's like, damn, really? I'm telling you, and I will tell you until I can't tell you, we got a small tornado here because of what Helene did down that way. Okay. It was crazy. And we got trees. When trees go down here, they go down completely down, root ball and all. You'll see trees sticking up out of the ground with the root ball sitting up on top.
Yep.
Of it.
Yep.
They
With
take
our
the whole
power
day.
lines attached.
Telephone poles, all that fun stuff. So yes, it's not fun. So I guess it makes sense as the people are like, why didn't they leave? Why are they this and why didn't that? Because they're used to it. There's a lot of false calls, like she said. What is that bird doing? He's just walking along doing his own thing.
Strutting. He's doing his own thing.
What is that? Is that a loon? No,
I think is that a crane? I don't think it's a crane. I don't know.
it might
I'm
be.
not sure, but it's a long-legged guy.
I thought the cranes had that big sack underneath their
Yeah,
beak.
they do. They do.
Either way, great to have you here, Stan. Thank you for joining us. JLR is everywhere like a happy bacteria.
I like him. I can't help but like him. He has boots on the ground. He's not afraid. He's just out there to get the story. He works for it. I respect that.
I give him that respect. I don't like some of the things he says or does, but I will tell you right now, the man busts his ass doing what he does. He gets wherever he needs to get, and he does it quick. So
Yep, him and Moonpie are a good team too.
yeah. Yes. Yes. That was a crane then? Okay. See, all this stuff here, I can handle looking at tree branches and stuff like this. Seeing full-size trees in people's houses and bridges collapsed and roads, chimney rock and asheville and stuff like that. That just blows my mind seeing that stuff. I've never encountered that.
That's heartbreaking because there's no way they could have prepared for that. They didn't expect it. They didn't prepare. I mean, why would they? I wouldn't if I would have been there.
Yes, absolutely. So this doesn't look so bad. You know, I expected when this was over, if we were going to be doing this tour, to see all these trees down and these benches stuck in the sides of buildings, and all the awnings on the buildings gone, windows busted out, doors ripped off. I mean, you know, things completely displaced. Luckily, we don't, which means they have a lot less cleanup to do. They still have a lot, but it could have been so much worse, and I'm grateful to God for that, because these people, guys, the death toll from Helene is unbelievable to me, and I'm just so sad to hear that. You know, people are important, and I love people, and to know that all these people lost their lives, and it was nothing, like nothing. You know, it's horrible. Welcome, Terry. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate you very much. So there's Jonathan doing his walk around town, looking at that, and you know, like I said, it doesn't look too bad. I believe this is he's still in St. Petersburg. I want to see what. Hold on.
Yeah, Brian, we're pretty familiar with the tornado stuff just because that's what we have. But how you are with the tornadoes is how we are with hurricanes, because we're so curious, but we're so scared for all of you. Oh, that's good to know, Victoria. We get a lot of damage here just from wind gusts. See, I didn't know that. I had no idea that California got all that. Good morning, Terry. Thank you for joining us.
All right. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're fine. No worries.
Oh no. Oh, that's horrible. I'm so sorry to hear that, Moonlit. I really am. Guys, I wish I could just be everywhere to help people.
Me
you know?
too. No, Brian, I have a storm, like a storm shelter outside that we run to.
Say that again, Doodle.
Brian asked me if I had a basement. I don't have I have a basement, but we have like a storm shelter, and the kids, well, Preston, of course, he would rather go to the shelter than, downstairs.
We definitely have basements here. I think I've lived in one house that didn't have it had a basement. So I've always had a basement. I now have a couple friends that didn't have basements, and I just don't get it.
We just moved here, and their basement, the people before us made it like a recreation room. So I have to really work down there before we can go down there.
Right, absolutely. So what I wanted to do was give you guys, of course, Mr. DeSantis. He did a press conference already today, and I figured everybody would want to know what he had to say about last night. Let's check it out.
Mid-weekend before landfall, and the storm surge, as initially reported, has not been as significant overall as what was observed for Hurricane Helene. Right now, it looks like Sarasota County had the most significant storm surge, likely somewhere between 8 to 10 feet. And remember, with Helene, we had 15 to 20 feet up in Taylor County. Rescue missions have been underway throughout the night. State search and rescue teams report at least 48 individuals have been rescued as of 0630. National Guard search and rescue teams have worked overnight and successfully executed rescues of families and pets on the West Coast and from the destruction of the tornadoes in the central and eastern parts of Florida. The Guard continues to work into the morning and have 31 rescue aircraft operational and hundreds of rescuers engaged in over 125 active missions in 26 different counties. Over 6,500 soldiers are deployed throughout the state. Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission has made land and water rescues in Pinellas, Hillsborough, and Pasco County. The State Guard has also been engaged in search and rescue, assisting with floodwater evacuations as well as damage assessments. There are currently 3.1 million accounts without power. There have been 635,000 restorations since Hurricane Milton hit Florida. The areas that have the most significant outages as of this morning are Hillsborough, 75% out, Hardy 97% out, Manatee 82% out, Pinellas 68% out, and Sarasota 75% out. Of course, there are 50,000 plus linemen that have been pre-staged. A lot of what they'll do this morning is likely assess the damage and then begin restoration operations very quickly. And we appreciate everybody that's in that fight because that's very important for a lot of people. Cut and toss have begun at first light by the Florida Department of Transportation. 328 crews are active in the field with over 350 pieces of heavy equipment and trucks. 150 bridge inspectors were dispatched at first light and have begun performing inspections to open bridges across the impact areas. As I put in my executive order, residents have a right to be back into their homes as soon as the roadways are deemed safe. In Tampa, the Gandy Bridge and Howard Franklin Bridge have been inspected, cleared, and are open, and inspections of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge are underway. There is debris on the Sunshine Skyway as well as the Courtney Campbell, but once that debris is clear, we anticipate those bridges opening later this morning. Other bridges are being opened as soon as the state inspections are completed. The Tampa Airport is repairing minimal damage and should be open no later than tomorrow. Seaports are awaiting Coast Guard channel surveys to reopen waterside, but as of now, our initial assessments is they will likely be able to resume operations very quickly. We still have a lot of school closures for today. I think Floridians should just keep in contact with their local officials about what that's going to be. I would imagine a lot of the schools that were not necessarily in the direct path of the storm will be open tomorrow. It may take a few more days for some of the places that were harder hit.
Thank you, Doodle.
Now, as you survey damage and clean up, please be cautious of hazards. We have post-storm fatalities almost every storm, and a lot of these fatalities are avoidable. So please be cautious of down power lines. Don't touch them. Don't remove tree debris that may be entangled with down power lines. Standing water can conceal down power lines and other hazards, so please be mindful and never walk through storm waters. Standing storm waters can also carry a bacteria that can lead to fatal infections. This type of infection was responsible for a fatality following
Doodle, check back chat real quick.
Hurricane Helene, so please avoid wading through standing water. Please use proper ladder safety. Please use proper generator safety. Do not operate the generator inside your home. It must be outside, a safe distance from doors and windows. Visit Florida's emergency accommodation modules on Expedia and Priceline will remain available for those who are returning to their homes, which were evacuated during the storm and sustained damage or in need of other type of shelter. So these models will continue to provide real-time hotel availability and lodging resources, making the experience easier for users. If traffic lights are out in your area, please drive with caution and treat each light as you would a four-way stop. And also remember, if you're going to use a chainsaw, be very careful with that. We have mishaps on that after every storm. We are extending the Hope Florida line for another 2 weeks at 24 hours, 7 days a week. So if you need assistance or resources post-storm, you can call 1-833-GET-HOPE, 1-833-GET-HOPE. Hope Florida's disaster arm, Activate Hope, is a program designed to help people find help following a disaster such as a hurricane. So you can call the Hope line. You can also visit the Hope bus, which will be in some of these areas very soon, and there'll be announcements about that. Florida Commerce and the State Emergency Response Team activated the Business Damage Assessment Survey in response to Hurricane Milton. Business owners can self-report physical and economic damage caused by the storm. Businesses can complete the survey online at floridadisaster.biz, floridadisaster.biz. Florida Commerce has also activated the Small Business Emergency Bridge Loan Program. We have $50 million available to Florida small business.
Good morning, Truth Seeker.
And it's a zero interest loan, very flexible repayment options. You can apply for loans of up to $50,000 through the program. Loans of up to $100,000 are available for agriculture and aquaculture small businesses, and loans of $150,000 are available for citrus and cattle operations. Again, these are short-term zero-interest loan. You get the cash in your hand. The repayment terms are very flexible. You can apply at www.floridajobs.org/EBL, floridajobs.org/EBL. We've also activated the Florida Disaster Fund for those who want to make tax-deductible charitable contributions that will be used to be able to help Floridians who are in need. And you can go to floridadisasterfund.org, floridadisasterfund.org, if you have any questions. We're going to continue to support all remaining rescue missions that are underway and that may be needed in the near future. We'll also continue to assess the damage that was done from the storm. We also anticipate that because of the amount of water, you may see flooding happen not just now, but in the subsequent days. But I think everybody responded very quickly. I'm proud of everybody's hard work. We got more work to do, but we will absolutely get through this. Okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Good morning, everyone. Governor, thank you for your leadership time and time again. I know you and the state emergency response team will lead the charge and recover from this storm. Hurricane Milton officially made landfall. As you heard the governor say, the impacts from the storm are still being felt across north and east central Florida, even right now as that last banding train of rain starts to move offshore. Please, especially if you're in the areas, if you're in those areas of northeast Florida, the east race coast, space coast, please make sure you're sheltering in place until officials determine it is safe for you to leave. In the first 72 hours after a storm, there is a parallel effort to search, secure, and stabilize the area. As search and rescue missions continue in response to Milton, please do not go out and visit the impacted areas. You will be inhibiting first responders by doing so. Right now, we need those roadways clear for electrical crews, fire crews, EMS crews, urban search and rescue crews. We have 20-something urban search and rescue teams that will move into the area and do a door-by-door search. Even though, as you heard the governor say, this was not the worst-case scenario, we still had damage. And we're going to need to get out there and go door-to-door and make sure that everyone is okay. So please stay off the road. Listen to your local authorities for updates on when it is safe to go outside and when it is safe for you to return to your homes. I know a lot of people evacuated, and we appreciate that. Do not be in a hurry. Check in with your local emergency management agency, your local sheriff's offices, to see if they are posting anything on if it's safe to return home. Please make sure you do that. Again, as the governor said, we're going to open up roads and bridges so that you can do so, but there may be extenuating circumstances in the neighborhood level. So please make sure you're checking before you come back home. Major flooding continues along the Hillsborough, St. Johns, and Little Wakaiva rivers. I want to take just a moment and just talk about there is going to be another phase to this particular incident, and that is very similar to Hurricane Ian. We have a lot of rain that has fallen over the central portion of Florida. The St. Johns River basin that comes down into Seminole County, Brevard, portions of Brevard, portions of Volusia County, and on up the St. Johns River. Those headwaters have experienced a lot of rainfall. That river takes about 45 days to completely flush itself out to the Atlantic Ocean. So what we're going to be seeing first is impacts down in the Seminole County and surrounding county area. And then you'll see that move up into Palaca, Weelaca, and then on up into St. John's, Flagler, Clay, Duval counties. So that's going to be a long-term effort when it comes to making sure that people are monitoring the situation on the St. Johns River, as well as the ones that I mentioned, the Hillsborough and the Little Wakaiva. Some roadways are flooded, which is not a safe situation for anyone. Please do not attempt to walk or drive through floodwaters.
Good morning, Lucy Goosey.
Floodwaters are 100% preventable. All you got to do is turn around. If you're sheltered in place or when you return to your home and you're looking at the damages around your home right now, do one thing for us. Take out your phone, take some pictures, inside and outside, all four sides of the house, every room inside the house. What are things that you should be documenting? Make sure you're documenting just the physical damages, but then also, since this was a flooding event, we want to make sure that you capture those, what we call high water marks on your home. Do that inside and outside. For a point of reference, when you're on the outside of the home, make sure you get like the doorknob of the outdoor house. That'll give us a reference, a point of reference on how high that water got. If you're on the inside, make sure you have like an electrical socket or a light switch, or again, a door handle on the inside of your home in the picture, so that we can get some type of reference as to how high that water is coming. If you're beginning the cleanup process, please ensure you're wearing the appropriate safety gear. Do not attempt to clean up hazardous debris or down power lines. As the governor has said, report all of that to your local authorities. Do not cut any lines. Again, we do not need Florida man and Florida woman out there cutting random lines as they go. You don't know what is a cable line. You don't know what is an electrical line. And probably more importantly these days is you don't know what is a fiber optic line. Most of our 911 lines run across fiber optic. We do not want anybody cutting lines. Let the professionals come in here and identify what it is before it's cut. Remember, again, some roads are still dangerous due to flooding, debris, and potential downlines. Do not risk it. Let our crews get out there and get everything back up and running. For assistance after the storm, call State Assistance Information Line. Again, that's information only, 1-800-342-3557. Help is available in English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole. FloridaDisaster.org/updates for information on the web. And then, of course, follow us on.
Welcome, Lucy Goosey. Good to see you this morning.
FLSERT on X and Instagram, and Facebook at FDEM. That is the most trusted and fastest source that we have. We have several people helping us out on posting on social media. So that is going to be the best place and the fastest place to get stuff from us. Thank you, Governor DeSantis. Again, as together we will overcome the storm.
Okay.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Governor DeSantis, for reestablishing and resourcing this state guard so we can deliver critical emergency response capabilities right to the point of need. Working alongside Director Guthrie's, General Haas, and Director Young's and the rest of his state agencies, personnel moving rapidly in order to save lives, rescue our citizens, and minimize human suffering. Throughout the night and this morning, our Special Missions Unit with search and rescue, K9, paramedic, and swiftwater rescue teams moved throughout the most severely impacted areas between Pasco and Sarasota counties, working with local authorities to provide on-water and overland search and rescue and route assessment capabilities. Our maritime unit is also engaged with FWC with 10 boat teams and high water vehicle teams in order to expand the capacity of the local county's abilities to conduct waterborne reconnaissance and search and rescue operations. Our aviation unit with Black Hawks and drones with live stream and 3D map rendering capabilities will be conducting air operations today in coastal and inland community areas in order to enable those local authorities to paint the picture and focus their resources. Ladies and gentlemen, we are laser focused on search and rescue operations today.
Good morning, everyone, and I'd like to also thank Governor DeSantis for his unwavering support during these times of critical need. We are fortunate and blessed to live in a state where the governor has such support for state agencies that put Floridians first. I would also thank DEM Director Kevin Guthrie for his outstanding leadership and support, and his DEM team for their coordination and communication with all state agencies, making us the leading leaders in the nation for emergency response. We're privileged and honored to be a part of that team. Responding to hurricanes and natural disasters is what we do. As FWC officers, we have unique equipment, training, and support from Governor DeSantis and Director Guthrie to be able to provide immediate support in the wake of natural disasters and hurricanes. This is through the use of specialized equipment like shallow draft boats, airboats, swamp buggies, and other equipment to provide high water rescues. And that's exactly what we're doing right now. We have deployed 135 officers teamed up with the Florida State Guard, the Division of Finance Services CUT teams, Florida Ag Law, the Florida National Guard, and the Miccosukee Tribe Law Enforcement, and local sheriff's offices up and down the coast and across the state to provide search and rescue efforts to those in greatest need. Teams with these specialized equipment for search and rescue across the state are hard at work right now. Our search and rescue efforts are ongoing, and so far this morning, we've reported over 42 rescues in several counties. In Pinellas County, we've had so far 7 land rescues, 3 water rescues, several welfare checks. There were 2 arrested for looting for battery on LEO with our teams in the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, and 21 rescued from an apartment building. These rescues started yesterday in the wake of the tornadoes. We had 7 local FWC officers.
Morning, Virginia. Thanks for joining us today, brother. This is, that blows my mind how people are still trying to loot, knowing that. I mean, just like out in Asheville and Chimney Rock and all that stuff. It kills me. Like, this is the last thing people need to be doing, and it's the first thing they want to do. It's sick.
Officers respond to a tornado event where they rescued 6 and evacuated 4, or evacuated by 4x4 vehicles, and also conducted 30 welfare checks. In Pasco County, operations are ongoing, responding to multiple intersections, clearing trees and debris, allowing emergency vehicles to access storm-damaged areas, and responding to calls for service. In Hillsborough County, there are several people assisted from a vehicle in a ditch, 1 pulled from a flooded vehicle, 3 individuals removed from a flooded apartment, and then there was another 100 evacuated at an assisted living facility, and another 20 evacuated from a senior list facility in Tampa. So again, these efforts are ongoing. They're ongoing across the state. Like Director Guthrie said, there is going to be flooding events across the state in central and northern Florida. So please be aware, if you're in a flood-prone area, be aware of this. Our teams will be able to respond and alert all through the state throughout this time. So again, I want to thank Governor DeSantis for his leadership and support. And FWC is here to work with our partners to make sure that the Floridians are safe during this event. Thank you.
So we'll continue with the rescue operations as needed. There's a lot of damage assessments that are going to be going on today. And we're very obviously supportive of the power restoration operations. We're glad that all those folks were staged. And then also just ensuring that fuel is flowing. Hopefully we get our gas stations and big box stores and everything open very quickly. I'd imagine that will likely happen, and just get people back on their feet. And that's going to be our focus. Okay, any questions?
Pinellas County, it's my understanding that deputies there are restricting access into the area. I don't know if you have any insight into that, or.
I don't. I mean, we're going to open the bridges. I know a couple of them are open. The other 2, there's going to be debris that are going to be removed, and those bridges will be open for traffic, and Floridians can use those as they see fit. Yep.
Fatalities, has there been a tally yet as to?
Not yet. I mean, I know there have been reports. We have not confirmed any. That does not mean there has not been any. There's a process where this happens with the state. I know with the tornadoes, it seems very likely that there were some with the tornadoes. That's the only reports we've received. No confirmations. I imagine there's going to be some confirmations, but it's too soon to tell with respect to the West Coast and the storm surge and everything. So stay tuned on that.
Storm, some Wall Street analysts predicted that Milton's losses could exceed $50 billion. Does the state have any sort of?
How the hell would a Wall Street analyst be able to know? It's been dark all day. What, you just going to know that you're going to do? I mean, like, give me a break on some of this stuff. They're doing damage assessments now. They always say this or that or whatever. I mean, what I would say is what I said in the original talkers. We had certain worst case scenarios in terms of going into Tampa Bay. A lot of places in Pinellas County, and they had negative storm surge because it sucked the water out of the bay. So in terms of all that, where you'd see the entire Tampa Bay area underwater, that did not happen. The storm surge, it was most acute in Sarasota. And I think it was a little bit more than Sarasota got for Helene, but it wasn't like so much more. I think it was 8 to 10 feet. Helene, of course, got almost to 20 in Taylor County. And then I think the fact that the storm weakened, I think I'm not saying there's not going to be damage. There will be a cut across the state in a way that Helene did not. But in terms of just right now, the morning after, if I think back to like Hurricane Ian, I don't think that you're looking at similar amount of damage to Ian. And then with Helene, there may end up being more overall damage. There may not. I don't know. But definitely the surge did not reach Helene levels. I mean, Helene was producing major surge all across the west coast of Florida. And then in the Big Bend, it was just biblical. That was not necessarily what we happened here. Anything north of the storm had minimal surge. on the West Coast. And it was really kind of that Sarasota, Charlotte Harbor, down into Lee, Collier. But compared to what they had with Hurricane Ian, that is not on the same level. So we'll see. There'll be a lot more that'll need to be done to assess the extent of the damage. But what I think we can say is, we have a lot of resources in play here in Florida to be able to mitigate and get people back on their feet and get the state moving again. I think it's what people want. They want to get back in their homes. They want to see the roads clear. They want to see the bridges reopen. And so that's what our sole focus, so that we get people back.
The areas, Tropicana Field, its roof shattered. It's my understanding that they were relocated on Wednesday.
Yeah, they were relocated. So, I mean, the Tropicana Field is a routine staging area for these things. The roof on that is not rated for, I think it's rated for 110 miles an hour. And so, the forecast changes, but as it became clear that there was going to be something of that magnitude that was going to be within the distance, they redeployed them out of Tropicana. So there were no state assets that were in Tropicana Field. I think Duke also removed all their assets as well. And you look, I mean, the roof is basically, it's like a fabric almost with that. So that was something that we understood and acted accordingly. They were moved before the storm. I mean, and so there was no issue with anything with that.
Main break in St. Petersburg. My understanding is at least earlier this morning, the city had no
Kevin
access.
can talk about that. I know he's been engaged in that.
Yep. So about 1:40 this morning, I received a phone call. Woke up, got over here from that building to this building, got over here and started working the issue. Right now, there are several water main breaks throughout Pinellas County, different water systems. Some are municipal, some are county. But what they're doing is they're slowly raising pressure in those lines to actually figure out exactly where the breaks are at. And they're going to start repairing those breaks one by one by one. You may start to see some things come out of the hospital industry. We have stabilized the hospital situation. There is one active evacuation of a hospital right now. I do not have the name of that hospital. We can certainly get that back to you through our folks. But we have stabilized the water pressure in 4 out of 5 hospitals from getting any worse. So we're going to continue to closely monitor that throughout the day. But again, one active evacuation going on, but we have stabilized. We have water tankers on site pushing pressure back into the systems. But I think our biggest thing to talk about, or I should say talk about, but the biggest thing right now in that Pinellas St. Pete area is going to be the water system. But we're working in conjunction to see how we can support and supplement the cities and the county on what resources they need. We've already dispatched logistical folks into the area. We've sent in engineers on our dime to be as helpful as we can. In one situation, it may be a gasket or a flange. In another situation, it may be a complete water main break. But we stand by ready to support Pinellas and St. Pete and other municipalities to help them get that water back on and running. Because again, power and water are right there together. We can do a lot with power, but we got to have water.
Back to the Kinder Morgan Central Florida pipeline system.
Jason, I don't have anything on that particular pipeline system, but I'll find out what I can offline, and we'll close the loop back with you guys. All right.
Will that impact any of the post-storm recovery efforts given that they're in Jacksonville?
No, well, they're not in. I mean, there's some came from Jacksonville originally. Kevin put them in different places to just ride out the storm and then come back in. So no, it's not going to have any major impacts at all. These are just things you've got to do. I mean, you stage and you figure out kind of how to go. They were staged during Helene there, and it worked well. When the forecast said that it may not make it through with the roof, then they adjusted accordingly. But they're in the fight and they'll continue to do it. Okay, thanks.
We've said Volusia County is the most.
Well, that's what Mr. DeSantis has to say, and I'm glad to see that he's still staying on the ball with what he's been doing. Yes, Mikey's okay. We love you, Mike. Yeah, I know you probably can't hear me. I'm glad to know you're all right. No power, Mikey has no power right now, but he's good, so that's good to hear. Welcome, Mama D. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Oh, okay.
Well, thank you, Mama.
Either way,
I appreciate it.
yes, thank you. I appreciate you joining both sides. We do. We really do. There he is. He is here. There he is. Good to see you, bro. Okay, so we got Mom's good, Brian's good, Mikey's okay. We just got to hear from Mystery. No, she's okay because I haven't seen her today. Yes, sir, brother. We was worried about you for sure. When we left last night, Mom was okay, Mikey was okay, but they were both saying that it was starting to sound torrential outside. Phone works, no power. Hopefully it gets turned back on soon, bud. Are you working today or are you shutting down? Is everything shut down? No, she's not in Florida, but I don't know. Everybody kept saying they was worried about her, so hopefully we'll see her soon. Yo, baby Blondie. Haven't seen you in a while. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're doing well. Great to see you. Thank you so much for being here. I fell asleep, but my employee's up. The road said 4:30. Okay, got you. Thank you, bud. Well, like I said, bro, it's great to see you. Great to know you're okay. And now I don't have to worry. We just got to see where Mystery's at. Make sure she's good to go, and everybody's good. Everybody's good and accounted for. Brian survived. Mikey survived everything. Good to know. Power. I expected power to go out. Welcome, Teresa. Good to see you today. He said, hell no, I'm staying home today. I'm probably being lazy tomorrow too. Do your thing, bro. I mean, it's probably gonna be a minute.
Way to do it.
Yeah. It's probably gonna be a minute before you can do anything anyway. So I get it. Brutally honest, it's great to see you. I don't think I said hello to you this morning. Sorry about that. It is awesome to have you here. Yes, we miss you too, Blondie. This is the first time having you in the morning show, so thank you for it. I hope you enjoy it. Yes, everyone's okay, Brian. We're good. So some of this stuff, I'm trying to show some of the rescue stuff that they've been doing too. This is pretty awesome. And you got the reporter walking right alongside him, trudging through that water. That's what I'm saying. Those pools will be there next week. They ain't going nowhere, that's for sure. Let them clean out their stuff first, and then you can go clean the pool stuff at it. You know what I mean? Good stuff. Yes, Teresa, great to see you too. True Seeker, you as well. Yes, we're glad everyone is safe. That is a fact. For sure. All right, let's see what this is.
Issues of power outages. We're also seeing some water rescues now.
Yeah, and Amanda McKenzie has been out there all morning long. Amanda, tell us what's going on.
Well, we're in South Daytona right now in the middle of a high water rescue. 2 people, you said 3 cats and 2 dogs? How is everyone doing? Hanging in there? What was it like last night? How are you all doing right now? Hi, how are you doing? I'm fine. I'm okay. I mean, what is it like to have to be rescued from this high water right now?
It's the second time she's been rescued. We just did this a couple years ago, so we're kind of used to it. But I was worried about her because she has early dementia, and she is stressing.
Can you give me the leash?
And my puppies and the cats, obviously. We've got a lot. We just didn't know where to go with all the animals.
And I mean, how are the animals doing? Who did you call, and how soon did they get here?
We called early this morning, probably 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and they came pretty quickly. So
let's get you out.
They were really good.
What was happening inside of your home during the hurricane?
Getting our clothes together, food together, trying to get the generator working, but it wouldn't work because it has to be on a flat surface.
Perfect. The water level here is just crazy. It is up above these mailboxes. I mean, I couldn't walk all the way down. They had to send a raft in to get you. Tell us about how your mom is doing.
She's stressed. I don't know if you know anything about dementia, but they overly stress. She was up 4 times last night, waking me up. She's just very stressed out. As soon as we get her somewhere, she'll calm down. There's a lot of anxiety with elderly.
Of course. Well, I'm so glad you all are doing okay. Do you know anything else about how your neighbors are doing here?
The neighbors actually are in the same boat as me. The lady is taking care of her elderly parents, and I guess she doesn't want to be rescued.
Careful. Here, do you need a hand?
I was kind of shocked because I tried to get them to go get her first.
And what are those must-have items that you had to grab in an emergency like this?
My brace, my medication, a couple pairs of clothes, my chargers, my phone, and that was basically it. That is all. a little thing of dog food.
It looks like they're still going to be here, trying to rescue folks.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of people on the block.
Oh my
still.
gosh.
But we just went through this a couple years ago, so everybody's used to it and set up for it already. So
it was a loud night last night. A lot of wind, a lot of rain.
I heard a lot of booming, like it sounded like gunshots, but obviously it was not gunshots.
Did y'all lose power as well?
We lost power pretty early. I was actually shocked last night, about 9, 10 o'clock, something like that.
And where are you going to go now? Your home isn't inhabitable at the moment. You just brought the bare essentials and what's important, your mother and your pets.
I have an older daughter who lives in New Smyrna Beach in Newport Sound, so I'm gonna go try to get over there. So she lives in a higher rise apartment, so I'll be with my grandbabies. So
that's good. And what is your name?
Jessica.
Jessica. Well, gosh, I'm so glad we were able to catch up with you and that you're doing okay. I know it's a lot. You're shaking.
But thank you for all of. Thank you guys. Appreciate it very much.
You guys take care.
All right.
Stay safe. All right. Stay safe.
Thanks. Y'all have to be safe too.
So we got the call around 7 o'clock this morning saying that there were some high water rescues going on, and we found it on Big Tree and Big Oak Drive here. And the water, I tried walking down. It is so deep. My feet are soaked, actually. My boots were up to here on my knees, and the water was going well above that. And I got some video of some of the front doors just underwater. Where are you all going next?
Back in to see if anybody else needs help.
Back in to see if anyone else needs help. Are you knocking on the doors, or how is this working?
We basically just kind of go down the road and see if anyone we see, we talk to them and they point us out to the neighbors that need help. Strong. We did the same
Very
thing.
strong, yeah.
And what was it like during Ian? How can you compare the two storms?
Very comparable.
There. Oh, wow.
As far as the flooding goes, it was almost to the same point. In this neighborhood, anyway.
Has this been known to be a flooding area?
It wasn't Ian.
Yeah.
So
What else are you hearing about in Daytona and the surrounding areas?
it seems pretty bad. It seems very similar to Ian. You know, there's hundreds of houses flooded just in this neighborhood.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, you can see from here, every house on this street on the left side is flooded.
Yeah. And you can tell that there's a higher elevation to the right versus the left. Of
But
the
then
homes on the left.
once you take a right on Bennett, it gets worse again, and it's kind of hit and miss. So our plan is just to kind of go as far as we can, pending any other higher priority calls, and just get the people out that want help. Sometimes people don't want it; they just want to stay. You know, so it's up to them.
Are these homes even going to be salvageable?
Absolutely, eventually. It just takes a lot of work.
All right. Well, thank you so much for everything you do. And I know you have a lot of work ahead of you during the aftermath of Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, you said it.
All right. Thank you so much.
Well, that's awesome. At least they're getting people out. They're doing the things they're doing. And this is going to go on, you know, for a bit here. Let me see here. What's Tampa got going on? This is in Tampa, I believe. Or no. No, this is from before. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Sorry. Let me see here. We also got what happened to I believe it was Tropicana. Is it called Tropicana Stadium or Field?
Yeah, Tropicana Field, I think, is what they called it.
Yeah. It's where the Devil Rays play down there. The roof was gone. It was gone.
You know, when you guys said that, I thought it was like an orange juice factory.
That's what I thought at first too.
And I was like, wait a minute, that's a stadium. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, when he first said it too, that's the first thing I thought of was like an orange juice factory too. So don't
Yeah, I
feel
was
bad.
like, great. Prices are going to go up on my orange juice.
Let me see. So this is Tropicana Stadium for those of you that didn't see this. The roof is gone. And they didn't have, I found out this morning, they weren't staging this for people to hide from the storm from. You know, as a shelter. This is where all the linemen and like the National Guard were stationed at and dealing with all that stuff there. There is Mom right there. Hello. It is so good to see you. Thank you so much for checking in.
Good morning,
See-
Mom.
Now we know for a fact that everybody is safe and sound because everybody has checked in with us. Good to hear. Good to know. I know right when I was shutting down last night, Mom was saying it was starting to get a little loud outside and a little bit noisy. So
Oh, that would have made me so nervous.
it made me nervous knowing that we were leaving and she was still up and dealing with that. So I'm glad to see you this morning, Mom. I hope your house is all in one piece and I hope your yard is not an alligator heaven right now, but I hope the swamp is the swamp and your yard is the yard. So yes, good to see you this morning, Mom. Awesome to see you. Thank you so much for being here, dear. Great to have you. What the hell, Phil? Working on a new invention. It's a pet leash made from surgical tubing. If you must leave pets a natural disaster, no worries. If you did get snatched up, they'll slingshot right back home. You're a match, Phil. Thank you.
That would work, wouldn't it?
Oh, I have to check it out, Ro. Thank you. Thank you for being here, Ro. So let's see this here, Ro. Finish this up. So yeah, I mean, thank God it was, the lineman National Guard. It wasn't women and children and people living and like sleeping under this last night. Welcome, Miss Kim Marin. Wonderful to see you today. Sorry. Great to have you here. Yes, thank God Mama's okay. I was definitely worried about her, Mikey, and Brian for sure. And every one of them are here now and they're all good. God bless. I'm grateful for that. Wonderful to see you too, Kim. Let's see. Mom says the house is fine. The yard and swamp are still as one, and the yard is trashed. Well, at least you're okay, and the house is still standing. That's all that matters. That is all that matters. Other things can get picked up. I'd like to hear from Crazy Linda too. I have not seen her. Thank you. That's true. SRB. I know she was in a shelter, I believe, as of last night. And things were a little touchy there. So I hope she's okay. I hope she decides to pop in here for sure. But good to hear from you, Mom. Good to know that too. And thank you, Miss Sherry, for that. So let's see what's going on with the stadium here. Looks like somebody took a drone over this. Wow, it is completely gone. All of it. I thought it was just spots and pieces, but damn. It's all gone. Wow. Wonder how much that's going to cost to replace. And it's just blowing in the wind.
Is
Looks
that
like
all
there's-
they had up there? Like, what was it made of? Like tar?
It was a translucent material that was like I guess it was some form of a flexible plastic.
Oh, okay.
With a cloth, which is what we see blowing, I guess.
Yeah.
And it would probably flex with the wind and stuff too. But damn, that is in Florida, St. Petersburg, I believe it is, Kim, and that is Tropicana Stadium, where the baseball team plays down there. Nice stadium, by the way. But geez, that's really gone. Every bit of it's gone. Thank God there's nothing like technical inside there that, could be completely destroyed. Still, that's going to be expensive to fix. I'm sure there's insurance on it, but I wonder if they're going to change up the design for it to maybe be more
I would hope. I mean, they
storm-proof.
have these every year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Maybe they'll make something more flexible. Or maybe not. Maybe more constructed, a little bit stronger, heavier. Then again, the weight probably might be a problem. They don't want it collapsing inward either. Either way, looks like that's the only sides left over there is that one little piece. The rest of it, that's just that one section over there and over there. The rest of it's gone. Gone. And that's all. That's how strong that wind was, guys. Oh, Lord. I would not want to be the team cleaning that up. That's going to be a mess. Look at all that water in there, too. Yoy. Looks like it took some of the outside, too. Yes, Bill. Good point. That cloth type roof Probably cheaper than steel. Denver International Airport has the same thing. Yeah. Wow, wow, wow. There's a beacon light so that planes and stuff don't run into it. Jeez. Well, like I said, thank the Lord that there weren't, people literally staying in there trying to hide from the storm, because that would not have worked. But again, from, like I said, my understanding, right, the wonders of drones, it's great footage. All the linemen and the National Guard were stationed in there. Well, there's a section that made it, and that section made it. So the rest is shredded and gone. And it's all over the inside of the stadium, so it's probably where it all went. I'm sure some pieces of it probably floated out and about, but yeah, I see that. There's Mystery. Hey. Good to see you this morning, Mystery. Glitter Mouse, welcome to you as well. Thank you for joining us. A lot of people were worried about you for some reason, Mystery, so it's great to see you, dear. And now everybody is accounted for. Wonderful. Thank you for joining us. And Glitter Mouse, welcome to you as well. Wonderful to see you. Awesome. Thanks, Molly, for that. I appreciate it very much. Awesome. So that is one thing. That's going to be expensive. Definitely. But hey, why they make insurance, Let's see. Next, where are we at? What else did I get here?
I sent you one thing about a dog that bounced.
Hold on. Sorry. What did you say, Doodle? I was trying to catch that.
You're okay. I said I had sent you one article or one little news clip where a dog had found some people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, these dogs. I mean, really, people don't give them enough credit. They're good. They're damn good, actually.
Absolutely. Dogs are smart. Very smart.
Tonight, a story of hope and survival.
I think animals are in general. All right, let's see. Let's check that out. It's always good to see something good and all the bad news.
Tonight, a story of hope and survival after
a family dog saved his 11-year-old best friend from a mudslide in the mountains. The boy now here in our area getting treatment at Atrium Health Hospital in Concord. WCNC Charlotte's Michelle Bowden spoke with the family about this traumatic day, and this is a story you'll see only on WCNC Charlotte.
This is really an incredible story. An 11-year-old boy trapped in the rubble of what's left of his home. The dog actually helped get rescuers to him. Now he's here in the Concord area where an entire nursing team has adopted his whole family.
Hello.
Jamie and Tucker have always been inseparable.
I probably would have died if it wasn't for Tucker.
When Hurricane Helene barreled through last week, that bond was everything.
It was terrifying.
The two were at home with Jamie's grandparents and sister Gemma, not far from Asheville, when a mudslide slammed into their house.
All of a sudden, I felt the house go like this, and then I saw walls coming at me.
I was on the couch with Gemma. Then the house mudslided, and I face planted into a wall, like full body went flying.
Grandma ended up on the roof, but Jamie was thrown under the stairs in a pile of rubble about 12 feet deep.
It was scary. I thought I was all alone, no one else. I thought they died.
I had yelled for Jamie and Gemma and Michael. Nobody answered me. I didn't know if whatever was dead. And I was screaming my head off.
It felt like forever down there. If I couldn't see sunlight or nothing, I just felt water dripping on me. I thought I was either going to drown or run out of air.
It was raining really hard and just flooding. And I remember seeing the little girl, but I couldn't find the boy. I couldn't find him.
Didn't know where he was.
Because I was screaming on the top of my lungs to my grandma, and she couldn't even hear me.
His best hope? His best friend.
Tucker, he was above me on top of it, and he was barking, I heard him whining and barking.
Yeah, he stayed on top of the pile and was just barking away. And I just thought the dog was going crazy. I didn't realize he had located the boy.
Tucker stayed put until firefighters arrived and used chainsaws to dig Jamie out.
Since he has a really big nose and really big ears, I think he could hear me and smell me. I thought he was trying to tell them where I was.
Jamie was flown to Atrium Health Cabarrus, where one nurse is fostering Tucker, and the rest of the team has spent their own money buying the basics for the family who lost everything, including their home.
Oh, I've been paying for it for over 25 years, $4,000 short of paying it off. And my idea was that it would be, paid off, and however long or short my life is, that we wouldn't have any more mortgage payment. And now it's all gone.
But they're so grateful they have each other. And of course, Tucker. The siblings had used their allowance money to pay for Tucker 3 years ago, saving the dog days before he was to be put down at a shelter.
And he was the last dog there, and when he saw us, he just ran right up to us.
So you rescued Tucker.
Yeah, he rescued me.
Right now, the family really doesn't know where to go. So even though Jamie is healthy, he's medically cleared to go home, the family is actually staying here, the whole family, in this hospital room at Atrium Health Cabarrus. Everything you see here, the entire nursing team chipped in to get them because the family lost everything. Reporting in Concord, Michelle Bowden, WCNC Charlotte.
Okay.
Oh, that was just like bittersweet because they have nothing left, but they have each other. That's amazing.
Yeah, and that is what gives me hope with humanity, is those people doing that, kind of adopting them, allowing them. They don't have to allow you to stay in the hospital like that, knowing they have nowhere else to go. That's beautiful.
Oh no, yeah, that they wouldn't do that here.
That was hard to watch. I'll be honest with you, it really was. Still, it's an amazing story. I'm glad
it brings light to what these people feel.
Right.
These are humans, not just, you got to humanize them.
Amen. Amen. I'm going to show you guys this story. I showed you this after Helene. Remember the guy that was in the kayak in his house on his phone filming?
Oh God, yes.
Yeah. Watch this. Again, we need to smile, guys, because there's a lot of stuff we've seen that is the opposite. So let's see what this is here.
Unicorn dragon plan, exactly. What are you going to hop on top of that thing if the water gets too high?
That's plan B. I'm actually talking to you from the kayak right now, and if stuff gets a little too hairy, I'm going to push that thing out and just kind of cruise down the road.
So that was Chris Cuomo having a little fun, a lighthearted moment in the middle of Milton with this resident. His name's Matthew Heller. He lives in Tampa, did not evacuate for the storm. He also rode out Hurricane Helene 2 weeks ago in a kayak at his Tampa home, going viral in the process. Look at his home. It just completely flooded. Matthew Heller is joining me now the morning after with the update. Matthew, how'd you hang in there last night? And did you use the Dragon Unicorn? Was it plan B?
Hey, good morning, everyone. Absolute best case scenario, I did not have to enter the Unicorn and float around. Tampa really dodged a bullet with this. I'm so grateful. I have tremendous empathy for those that did get affected by this storm. Holy cow. I am sort of relieved it wasn't us this time again. We've just been through these two storms, and like you said before the break, Florida needs a break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No kidding. You need a breather. Yeah, we don't mean to make light of it, but man, a moment of levity feels nice. And I imagine laughter is helping you get through these past couple of weeks. You've been sharing all these TikTok videos, Matthew. I mean, 2 weeks ago after Helene, you're riding, here it is, in your kayak. So what in the world made you decide to stay put for Milton after that?
I've been in the home 8 years. We've gone through so many storms. Helene was so far the worst one. Never had water like that in the home before. It was just kind of the perfect cocktail of disaster with the way that the tides were and the wind. This one went south towards Sarasota, as we know. They're spinning counterclockwise. It pulled all the water out of the bay behind me. The entire Hillsborough River was empty yesterday. And at that point, then my concern, as Chris was telling me, was the storm surge coming back in? But it actually just eased itself back in, so that there wasn't some great tidal wave or anything like that.
Were you in the kayak partially because you're worried about critters? gators?
Yeah,
I mean,
I have a ton of different plants. Some of my cactuses were all moving around, and who knows what's in that water. I've seen all kinds of different, like you said, critters and animals and stuff. So I hopped in the kayak for safety. I had it down there as like, just in case, but then it kind of became very resourceful.
it's unbelievable to see this home footage. Matthew, what made you start going live and sharing this on TikTok for the world to follow along with?
I just kind of, I was going through it. I was super emotional and really worked up and a little scared. And then I was like, you know what? I'm just going to try to share this moment. If life hands you lemons, go live on TikTok and make some lemonade. I'm a small business entrepreneur and, just trying to grow brand awareness, I suppose, in whatever way I can.
Yeah. Well, you made a whole lot of lemonade. I'll just say that. You also I watched one yesterday. You took followers on this, walk and talk, if you will, of your neighborhood street, all of the belongings lined up in people's front yards after Hurricane Helene. Is that progress all washed away now after Milton?
It's not. I'm so grateful for that. That was really one of my big concerns. I know it was a monumental cleanup task. My neighborhood did get left out, so I was feeling a little left out, and I was very apprehensive about all that debris turning into projectiles, as well as clogging up the drainage and impeding any kind of recovery efforts. Not a lot of it moved, and we had some wind. I could not believe I still have a really nice pile of all my trash. So we're just super, super lucky, very, very blessed, and very grateful.
Yeah. Before I gotta wrap, but really quickly, what's keeping you in such good spirits? I mean, you have such high energy and positivity this morning. I gotta know. It's awesome.
My mom was a professional clown, so I'm always, very, very optimistic, glass half full kind of guy. Also, lack of sleep for the past 72 hours, that'll do it to you. I cannot wait till the power turns back on. I can plug in my CPAP and get some good rest.
Oh my gosh. Well, good. Tell your mom. I hope your mom is still with us. Tell her hello. Matthew Heller, thank you so much. Thanks for watching, everybody. Go to Join News Nation.
That was an interesting story. It's good to see a little positivity going through all this negative stuff. Again, oof, what a mess. Let's see.
We are tracking Milton's latest moves.
This is 2 hours ago. Hopefully this is new updated info here.
This morning it is now tearing up Florida's east coast as a weakening, but still dangerous Category 1 hurricane. The massive system roared ashore last night as a Category 3 storm, dousing the state's Gulf Coast and spotting more than a dozen tornadoes yesterday. This morning, we know that 4 people in St. Lucie County on Florida's Atlantic coast have died as a result of those tornadoes. And take a look at this, the roof of Tropicana Field. That's where the Tampa Bay Rays play, almost completely ripped to shreds. Wrath of Milton felt in real time by our own Tom Yamas last night. Watch this.
The situation here in Sarasota is starting to turn dire. At first, we had, okay, we gotta go.
In Washington, President Biden offering these powerful words to Floridians still stuck in the path of destruction.
Evacuation is probably difficult, so I encourage people to look for safer shelter.
He didn't have any power in that house. That's why I don't think he cared, that's why the power was dead. So that's why I think it was okay with him in that sense. But hopefully he's not stupid enough to do that when the power comes back on. Just saying.
Sometimes moving just a few miles can mean the difference between life and death. We've got your back, and Kamala and I will be there for as long as it takes to rescue, recover, and rebuild.
And this morning, millions of people are waking up in the dark as communities across the state start the long road to recovery. We are covering Milton from all angles this morning. In just a moment, we'll be talking with Chief Melanie Bevan of the Bradenton, Florida Police Department. That's just south of Tampa on the Gulf Coast. Also,
Bradenton got hit really hard. That's when we were live last night when it first made landfall. I was bouncing camera to camera to camera, showing different spots. St. Petersburg, Bradenton, Tampa, so on and so forth. Bradenton was being slammed, and I mean hard. It was bad. So I'm curious what they're going through right now today.
NBC News' Priscilla Thompson, who's in Orlando for us. But first, let's check in with NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra, who's on the ground in Tampa, Florida. Marissa, good morning. Tampa was battered with dangerous wind, lots of rain as Milton roared ashore last night, ripping off roofs of major structures, suspending emergency response services for a time. Tell us what you're seeing there this morning. How bad was the storm surge, and how bad is the flooding concern right now?
Hi, Joe. So I can tell you right now that the sun is just starting to come up. We are just starting to get those images pouring in from around the area to give us a sense of what's really happening. And it is not safe for us to be traveling on the road. So at this moment, I've not been able to see for myself, but I can tell you I've spoken to Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. I can tell you I've spoken to folks in St. Petersburg Fire and Rescue. We know that there were several people that were in need of rescuing. We know there was a tree that fell on a home nearby. We know that there were water rescues and still are happening in Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. We know that Tropicana Field, that roof came apart. You might have seen those images. We know that there were people inside. Of course, we are still working on confirming more details, Joe.
Marissa Parra. Marissa, thank you so much. You and your crew, please continue to stay safe out there. Let's go to NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson, who's in Orlando as the storm continues its path east. Priscilla, good morning. Just tell us what you have been seeing and hearing this morning.
Yeah, Joe, well, as you can see, the rain is still coming down here, although much lighter than what we saw overnight. And you're not seeing the trees swaying like they were overnight here as those wind gusts have died down. But it was coming down heavy in the early morning hours as this storm really bore down here in Orlando. We clocked wind speeds of up to 81 miles per hour out in Daytona Beach, about an hour from here. And we have seen this morning, there was a point where first responders and emergency crews had to shelter, but now they are back out. And this morning they have been doing a number of water rescues in some of the areas throughout this county that have started to flood. And of course, that was the big threat here. It was going to be flooding. We were looking at potentially up to 14 inches of rain here. I will tell you the good news is that we have been looking at these roads near here and we are not seeing that devastating flooding, but certainly that is not the case everywhere. But officials here do tell us that they have not seen any major injuries. So certainly some good news there as well.
That is good to hear. But just the fact that you're seeing rescues in Orlando, in Orange County, in Central Florida, tells you just how massive this storm was. It's a good distance away from the Gulf Coast. Residents there, are they listening to the emergency warnings? Are they taking the necessary precautions even now when the warning is don't go out on the streets, beware of power lines, beware of downed trees?
Yeah, it seems so. We certainly haven't seen people out in the streets here. And even in talking to residents yesterday, they were saying that they had been sandbagging, that they were preparing to hunker down. And important.
Yes, I have Brian's email address, guys. And yes, T2014, that is where Cletus was too. We did a video about his house being in direct line of this, so I'm sure I'll be checking on that too. Who's not good at responding? I'm responding. I was just listening. Sorry. Yes. Okay.
Important to know that this is a tourism area, right? You've got these two major theme parks, Universal and Disney here, both of which close early. But there were also tourists who were here sheltering in resorts. And so we saw videos of some of those folks literally running in through the rain last night. But given that they're not reporting any major issues, it appears that people have heeded the warnings. They were staying in last night. I just heard a car going by behind me just now. So it is possible that people are starting to get out on the roads as the sun comes up. But of course, as you mentioned, officials are urging people not to do that so that they can get out to people who may need to be rescued and work to clear some of these roads and of course get power restored, because we're talking about more than 3 million people across the state without power, including many folks where we are here in Orlando.
Priscilla, talk about what you experienced last night. You weren't on the shore, you weren't on the coast, but were there still heavy winds? Were you still seeing a lot of rain?
Yeah, so we were up until about 10 o'clock last night, and that is when the rain was starting to come down heavier. We were feeling the winds picking up, and there was a loud crack of thunder, and then the power went out before the bulk of the storm even moved through. I will tell you, it wasn't the type of situation where I was not able to get a couple of hours of sleep last night because of how loud things were, but certainly when we got up this morning, you could hear the wind still whistling a little bit, even as that storm was moving away from us. So it was an intense situation, but it appears that people here for the most part have remained safe. There was a flood watch in effect here until about 4:30 in the morning, or flood warning. That is now a flood watch. So it appears that we're in the clear, but not totally out of the dark just yet, especially with that flooding, which we knew was going to be potentially the big and potentially deadly issue here.
Yeah, and across Florida right now, more than 3 million people are without power, including many where you are right now. Do we have a sense of how quickly they hope to restore power, and what are some of the measures in place in the meantime for people who need power for various reasons, whether it's hospitals or other areas?
Yeah, that is always the big question. When is power going to be restored and things like that? The good news is it seems like a lot of folks in the area where we are have generators. Even the hotel we're staying at has been able to keep the lights on in the hallways and keep a kitchen running here. And we know that throughout the state they brought in more than 1,000 generators, 700,000 liters of water. And there are also thousands of linemen who are already in the state ready to get out and begin restoring that power as soon as it is safe to do so. But of course, one of the things that's going to be key here is allowing those crews to get on the roads, to clear the debris, to begin assessing the damage, all of that. And they cannot do that if there are a ton of people on the roads looking to survey the damage for themselves. So a word to the wise for those folks like us who are without power, who are looking to get those kind of things restored. It is probably going to be most helpful if you focus on staying at home and not being on the road, so that the people who need to get out and do that work can do that. Joe?
Right, some good advice there. Priscilla, thank you so much. Bradenton, Florida is just south of Tampa. Police Chief Melanie Bevan joins us now with more on what her department is experiencing in the wake of Milton. I can see you are out and about right now. Tell me what you're seeing now that daylight has started to break in the area.
Well, we actually started deploying officers when it was safe enough, when the winds dropped to about 40 miles an hour.
Welcome, Demon Dog. Great to see you today. I appreciate you dropping by. I appreciate you being here. Okay. No problem. That's sent, by the way, Mikey, and thank you, Brian.
Maybe around 2 a.m., they got out there with chainsaws and straps and chains and started trying to get some of these trees out of the road to make it passable for some of our other first responders, people needing help. And we did that because of what's happening behind me. All of our warnings to stay home, give us a chance to make our roadway safe. Nobody's listening to. Well, some people are, but not the folks behind me. My word is if y'all can just give us a day to at least get some basic roadways cleared, that'd be fantastic.
Is the damage as bad as you feared?
It's not. I've been in law enforcement for 38 years. I've responded to a lot of the hurricanes all across the state. You know, back with Charlie and some other ones, you saw entire neighborhoods completely devastated. That's not what we're seeing in Bradenton. Those winds, don't get me wrong, they were strong, over 100 miles an hour. But we're seeing down trees, benches, awnings, that type of thing, but no true destruction to any of our homes and businesses, it appears. It's a very recoverable storm. It's just going to take time, and it's really going to consist of a lot of debris clearing.
Earlier today, you told our friends on the Today Show you figured maybe more than 60% of the city was without power. Do you have a better handle of the power outage situation right now?
Yeah, probably 70%. A lot of folks without power everywhere you go. You're hearing generators humming. That's another concern when you got people playing with generators and gas. I know that we have our first in teams out. They're trying hard to start restoring power. But again, as I'm standing here, I'm holding this camera. Cars are racing by. There's no emergency that is more important than getting things cleared up and making our roadways safe so that everybody can try to get to their homes.
What is your message? Those cars racing by right now, and I have a feeling when this interview is done, you might go stand on the street there and deliver that message face to face to folks. But what is it you want people to know who are out and about right now? Because one of the biggest worries is that we maybe haven't seen many injuries or fatalities in your area right now, but we could see that now with down power lines or with some of the debris in the road.
Yeah, we have a lot of traffic lights that are dangling, and I'll tell you, people's tempers are short. Some of them have been in shelters. People are tired, but some of this driving out here is reckless, and reckless driving can get you arrested. That's my message to them.
All right, Chief, we thank you for your time this morning. We'll continue to check in with you as you continue to clean up, and hopefully people in your community will heed that warning from you. Chief Melanie Bevan, appreciate your time.
With us.
Hurricane Milton made landfall.
Welcome, +1. Great to see you today.
Near Siesta Key, Florida. That's just outside of Sarasota. During our live coverage last night, NBC News senior national correspondent, News Now anchor Tom Yamas and his crew had to actually run for cover. It's after a transform blew as the storm was passing through the area. They are safe, but these images are showing the full impact of the storm. Tom joins us now from Sarasota with more on the devastation the storm has left behind. Tom, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. Look, now that the sun is out, we're getting a better sense of some of the damage around the Sarasota area. It doesn't look too severe from what we've seen so far, but again, it's still very early and the sun's just come out.
Demon. Okay, my opinion, I don't think Milton was anywhere near as bad as Katrina, but I think Helene was way worse than Katrina. That's my opinion. I don't know. Doodle, do you have a thought on that?
I don't know, because I think Katrina was worse. But then again, if you look at the mountains, I don't know.
Yeah, I guess it varies in different senses. I gotta say, I guess, Demon, but yeah, Katrina was horrific. It really was. And I think Milton was nowhere near as bad as Katrina. But Helene, I don't know. In certain places, I think Helene was worse than Katrina. Definitely. Welcome, Pigtails and Premenopausal. I love your name. Yeah, I think Helene was worse than Katrina in that sense. Basically, knowing now that we know the list of the missing and the deceased as compared to what Katrina's was, it's horrifying. Okay, like triple digits and higher triple digits than what Katrina had. There's never, any lost lives is horrifying, but the damage and that kind of stuff, if it's not equivalent, Helene was a little bit worse in some areas, especially in Asheville, Chimney Rock, places like that, But, I hate to play them against each other because different situations, there's different scenarios in both situations that were horrifying and some that weren't as bad. So, just saying. Absolutely, Demon. Craven Crimes. Hey, Cherokee. Good to see you today. Thank you for being here. Tomboy is in the house. I hope you're feeling better, Tomboy. The storm didn't cause a lot of damage per se, but the breach of the levees is what. Yeah, that's true too. The dams that broke and things like that. That was crazy. So lots of issues with that stuff. I'll say that much. Good point, Tomboy. Gotcha, Brian. Miss Sherry says it is the infrastructure. Katrina still doesn't have a death count, right? Not a total, real deal, complete one. A lot of people disappeared though. So, I mean, it's just hard to describe that and answer that completely, in my opinion, I should say.
Behind us, some of the superficial damage here. There is glass as far as the eye can see because a glass balcony shattered on one of these high rises here in Sarasota, an apartment and hotel complex, and it's all over the ground. People are coming out here. They're trying to assess the damage, see what's going on, but it's still a little dangerous. People are walking with small dogs and kids in some cases here, and there's just too much glass. Mayors across the state are asking people to stay inside because they want to make sure they know that it's safe for people to come out. And in some cases, there's still threats, right? The mayor of Tampa saying she's worried about the rivers flooding now that there's high tide in Tampa. It started at 7 a.m. there from what she told reporters. So they're concerned about that. And we're still getting a damage assessment from the hurricane. Now, when it comes to the tornado, we know what happened. The tornado damage was destructive and deadly in different parts of Florida. There really was nowhere to escape last night, Joe, right? In a lot of Florida, you either were getting hit with those hurricane force winds, you're getting hit with the storm surge, or the tornadoes were popping up and taking you by surprise. I spoke with the sheriff of St. Lucie County yesterday, who was telling us that his men and women, his brave men and women, were digging through rubble to try to rescue people and pull people out from the tornado damage as they were also facing the storm conditions from Hurricane Milton. It just gives you a sense of what people were dealing with there, Joe.
Filed a report for us this morning. Let's take a look at that.
This morning, storm-weary Floridians waking up to another disaster. Hurricane Milton slamming into Florida's Gulf Coast overnight. A Category 3 hurricane when it roared ashore near Siesta Key, bringing catastrophic storm surge and drenching rain to the region. Water quickly rising, flooding roads and submerging entire neighborhoods, even sparking house fires. St. Petersburg hit with more than 18 inches of rain, intense wind topping 100 miles per hour, causing a dramatic scene at Tropicana Field, which was supposed to house first responders. Wind ripping through the stadium, chunks of the...
I'm going to challenge that 18 inches of rain thing. I think there was more than that. I really do. Welcome, Maker's Box. As we were watching last night and seeing some of the water, I think there was way more than 18 inches of rain. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong. But I would challenge that, to be honest with you.
The roof hanging off. The stadium had been converted into a 10,000-person staging area, now exposed and scattered with debris. In Sarasota, the monster storm causing a transformer to explode during our live report.
It's starting to turn dire. At first, we had, okay, we gotta go.
Milton's powerful winds snapping trees and flipping cars into homes, and tornadoes posing a major threat. Well over 100 warnings issued Wednesday, the most recorded in a single day in Florida.
Welcome, Nita.
Like it sounded like a car crash.
Destroying more than 100 homes, ripping off roofs, and completely knocking down homes across the central and southern part of the state. The twisters being blamed for multiple fatalities, one touching down at a senior center in St. Lucie County and leaving this sheriff's station a mangled mess.
It's a 10,000 square foot red iron structure that was housing all of our high water rescue vehicles, was hit by a tornado in 50 yards away, and it completely wiped it out.
Nearly 100,000 residents taking cover across the state. President Biden delivering this message.
To the people of Florida and all the impacted states, we've got your back. We've got your back.
Long lines of ambulances sent to evacuate hospitals and senior centers. Some healthcare workers staying behind to care for those who couldn't be moved.
We can rebuild, but saving people's lives is, of course, the most important thing.
Utility crews now beginning the race to restore power and cell service as National Guard troops from at least 9 states are being deployed to help. Now, after enduring 2 hurricanes in just 2 weeks, many residents worry what this new recovery will involve. Terry Burke's home in St. Pete was ripped apart by Helene.
We lost everything.
She had to evacuate 2 hours away to stay with family.
And you get pretty overwhelmed.
Evacuees also fearing for their neighbors who chose to stay behind.
We'll be there to help them when we come home. We just need to care about one another.
And Joe, there's still more than 3 million customers throughout the state of Florida without power right now. And it might be days, if not weeks, before they can get that power on in some communities because of the damage. But again, we're just getting the assessment now. We are already seeing rescue workers, first responders, line crews out and about, at least here in Sarasota, making sure people are okay. So that's always a good sign. I'm going to send it back to you.
Yeah, the work begins. Tom, long night for you and your team. We thank you for all your hard work. Appreciate it. Let's check in with NBC meteorologist, Today Show co-host Dylan Dreyer, who's in Bradenton, Florida. Dylan, good morning. We just spoke with the police chief from Bradenton a few minutes ago. She said it wasn't as bad as she feared. I believe the word she used was recoverable still. Lots of damage, lots of rain, lots of wind. Talk about how bad the storm was at the peak and just what you are seeing right now.
Yeah, well, you know, when the sun comes up, it changes the landscape of everything, Joe. And this tree was actually something we drove around to get here earlier this morning. But now we can see it's an entire tree that's toppled over, taken down some of the power lines with it as well. So that's why we're seeing so many power outages here, because this storm, although the storm surge was not as high as we were expecting here because of that little wobble in the track, because it moved just a little in the right direction for this area to kind of save Tampa Bay.
Welcome, Andy.
Sarasota, to save Bradenton. It really helped with the flooding potential here, but the wind damage is what we're seeing a lot of as we drove around this morning and as we walk around. Actually, I was speaking to a restaurant owner, Bob, who owns a restaurant up the street, and he said Helene destroyed the inside of his restaurant because of flooding. And he said Milton destroyed the outside because of the wind. So, you know, this certainly for this area seemed to be more of a wind situation with a lot of the damage we're seeing.
And that's an important reminder. This area has seen 2 significant hurricanes in just the last 2 weeks. Dylan, describe what it was like being just on the ground in the middle of this hurricane when it made landfall late last night.
Joe, I mean, literally the middle of the hurricane. We were in the eye of the storm at one point. You know, before the storm came through, we saw the gusty winds. We saw the rain. It was bad, right? And the power went out. I saw a transformer blow outside my window. And then we were in the eye of the storm. All of a sudden, it's calm. There's not a drop of rain falling from the sky. There's not the slightest breeze. And then the backside of the storm came through. That's when we got those wind reports at Bradenton Airport, which is where we were staying right next to, of 102 miles per hour, now coming from the other direction. So they were coming right to my window at the hotel we were staying at, to the point where I thought the windows were going to blow. So I spent most of the night sleeping on the floor in the bathroom because I just knew that was a safer place to be in case anything were to happen with the windows or the AC unit in the wall there. So it certainly was a scary night, you know, when you factor in winds that strong, and then naturally to see all the tree damage and the wind damage we saw this morning kind of comes with the territory.
We're still waiting to hear more reports of south of where you are and maybe whether the storm surge was higher there, whether we're going to see more reports of damage. But just from what you experienced where you are, Dylan, was this hurricane as bad as it was predicted to be?
I think the storm is in you know, several different facets here, because not only are we on the heels of Hurricane Helene, I mean, it was only 13 days between 2 landfalling major hurricanes in Florida. You've got debris because of that hurricane that was now being tossed around in the winds of this hurricane. So we also had about 18 inches of rainfall in St. Pete. So you had your urban flooding because of that. And I would say the only thing for this area that saved us so that we weren't dealing with the wind and the flooding was the fact that it took that wobble and it pushed the storm surge a little farther to the south. We don't have a lot of reporting stations to see just how high the storm surge got in those areas south of us down to Fort Myers. So it'll be interesting to see what the reports come back with today from folks on the ground to see just how high that water got. But I think we touched on all the different facets of this storm, even underestimating the tornado threat across eastern Florida would end up being deadly.
Exactly. We know of at least 4 fatalities in St. Lucie County there. So even though the brunt of the storm is past, we know the National Hurricane Center is warning there could still be dangerous conditions throughout today. What could still be the biggest threat to people now and in the coming hours?
Well, I think at this point, we're coming up to and just beyond the high tide of the river flooding, not for the coastal flooding. So, I mean, we're
Sorry, guys, their connection's not the greatest. I'm hoping it clears up.
talking about 10 to 18 inches of rainwater. That needs to go somewhere. So it goes into the creeks and it goes into the rivers and a lot of the water basins around here. So flooding of those could still be an issue. And I also want to point out, as the sun comes out, it looks like it's going to be a nice day. There are so many folks. There are millions of people without power, without air conditioning. So while they're trying to clean up and go back to daily life, we don't know when the power is going to come back on because the crews have a lot of work to do. And if we're talking about heat and humidity, it just makes it dangerous for the folks who are trying to go back to their home to clean up and have nowhere to cool off.
Important point there. All right, Dylan Dreyer, thank you so much. Really appreciate your time this morning. Back here in the studio, meteorologist Angie Lassman's tracking Milton's latest forecast for us all morning long. What's the latest, Angie?
Hi there, Joe. Let's talk about how historic this system has been. We're starting to see the forecast kind of wind down with impacts, but boy, we are likely going to see this name be retired here when it's all said and done after we get those surveys out and kind of get an idea of exactly what kind of damage and fatalities are coming along with this storm. You heard Dylan mention it was only 13 days between Helene and Milton. That is the shortest time span on record between 2 major landfalling hurricanes for the state of Florida. And that is not the only kind of stat that we're tallying up this morning. The 10th major landfall to make 10th major hurricane rather to make landfall in the past 8 years in the United States. Just impressive to say the least. We've got 5 U.S. landfalls this season. That puts us in the top top 2 of the most on record, and the 3rd landfalling hurricane for Florida just this year, just this season. So it just shows you how active it is. We of course have climate change as a big influence. We've got the potential for endless fuel when it comes to those extremely warm waters across the Gulf of Mexico that of course can be related to climate change. We've got the chance for stronger rainfall events with more moisture being held in the atmosphere, and we've even got the potential to see more of these tropical tornadoes spinning up. That's some new research that has recently been done that those will become more frequent in these tropical events with those tornadoes, which we of course saw play out for the east coast of Florida yesterday, with the most tornado warnings issued in one day in history for the state of Florida. So just impressive all around when it comes to impacts. I caution people to say that it wasn't as bad as we expected. And when you have multiple fatalities when it comes to tornadoes, you have incredible flooding that occurred across the Tampa Bay area because of freshwater flooding. And then we will still wait and see. You heard Dylan mention the storm surge and how it shaped up for points south of where that landfall was. Right now, still a Category 1 hurricane. This is eventually going to become extra tropical. It doesn't matter for us, really. We're still going to start to see things winding down. It's going to work its way offshore even more. It's moving at a pretty good clip of 18 miles per hour. So that'll be out of the picture here before you know it. And we're already seeing improvements across a good chunk of this region. It's really just the Space Coast, Cape Canaveral, and points inland towards Orlando where we're still seeing some additional rain. But all the heavy stuff is offshore, and it's going to keep moving that way. If you live in Merritt Island down to Melbourne and out towards Orlando, still some rain in the picture. But again, you're going to see some quieter conditions here shaping up for you. When it comes to the winds, those are going to calm down as well. But notice we're still talking 58-mile-per-hour wind gusts in the last hour for Daytona Beach. We've got over 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts for Melbourne, Orlando, just about in those low 30s for Okeechobee as well. And that stretches down into parts of South Florida too. Those numbers will continue to decrease, but we could still see a couple more, additions to the power outages with anything over 50 miles per hour, especially focused across the Space Coast. Really impressive wind gusts yesterday, specifically on the West Coast into those overnight hours, over 100 miles per hour for St. Petersburg, Sarasota, Egmont Channel. No surprise there. They were in that kind of northern eye wall. So they had the strongest wind and, by the way, some of the strongest rain happening with just incredible rainfall rates of 2, 3, 4, even 5 inches per hour across the same spots. So it was no surprise that we've seen the flooding alerts up for parts of the East Coast, stretching down to the West Coast. Joe,
thank you,
this
SRB.
is going to be something that will take a little while to recede, especially with over 5 inches of rain falling in a short period of time for St. Petersburg, and more than 18 inches across the day in total. So 8 million people still at risk for this flooding. This number has decreased. That's good news. We also have seen storm surge predictions come down. It's just parts of the West Coast, just a sliver of where we were expecting the worst of it to be around 1 to 3 feet over the next few hours. That'll go for parts of the East Coast as well as that system continues to pull away. So there is some good news. The forecast shows some improvement, but of course it's the damage that now we'll see.
Exactly. All right, Angie, thank you so much.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news.
All right, guys. So that's pretty much, that covered a lot there. That's a good segment. I appreciated that. Let me see here. I know there was a crane that collapsed, I believe, in St. Petersburg, which caused some damage. 20. Oh, yeah, that was
some of the worst damage.
20 tornadoes, guys. That's a lot of tornadoes to hit the ground, all around the same time. We got other stuff we're going to show today, too, besides the hurricane stuff. I just wanted to do this first and get this all out up front so everybody can see what's going on. What happened? I know everybody was wondering and curious. So, yes, I know, Walt, you have a thing for that meteorologist. You said that yesterday when we watched her, too. Look, wait, more from that meteorologist? That was just, I can't force her to come on screen, Walt. I'm sorry. I can try to find her email address if you want to talk to her, maybe. I don't know. Shh. I won't tell your wife, I promise. That's up to you, buddy. It's up to you. You can handle it. Yeah, he said something about her yesterday, and he made a comment in chat, and I looked over and I went, "Oh damn, it's the same girl." I said, "Yeah, that's Walt's favorite meteorologist." I see. I got you.
I have to take my dog out just for a second, but I'll be right back.
happened long before Hurricane Milton made landfall. The storm is blamed for at least 20 tornadoes.
Do you notice, Walt, that when you say a lot of the things you say, that you get your name is stated like this by a lot of the rest of the team? Alicia, or SRB or Cassie or somebody will put your name and just put an exclamation part behind it. That's all they do. This happens a lot. It does. Just so you know, bud. Just so you know.
Tornadoes across Florida. One of them caused heavy damage and unfortunately some deaths in Fort Pierce on the Atlantic coast, more than 100 miles from the hurricane zone. Morgan Reiner from CBS News Miami is at a retirement community where multiple people were killed. Morgan, good morning.
Good morning, and I cannot believe I am starting this right now with some happy news. Look at this pile of debris right over here to my left-hand side. About 2 seconds ago, we just pulled out this little tiny dog named Benji, who has been missing.
It's all good, brother. I love you. Either way, it's all in good fun, too. So, no worries, bro.
Now, since last night, his owners were actually in that mobile home right back there. That's where they lived. This right here, this step was what was supposed to lead up to their front door. And you can see that that home was just blown away. And panning around here is just one story like this after another. The destruction,
No problem, Victoria.
Describe it. If I had all the time in the world, I would walk you down this block where you would see one home like this after another. Unfortunately, though, I can tell you the reason why Benji ran away and was found in the debris next door is because his owners, unfortunately, are among the victims. You know, I spoke to others who rode out the storm in this area. They described the debris, their homes just shattered to pieces. They said that after the first tornado, the damage wasn't that bad. And the people that I spoke to, they actually ran to their neighbor's house, who's actually standing right over here. His
Tomboy, I'm glad that was handled. Grateful. And I hope things are getting better for you. God bless. You'll be in our prayers and thoughts for sure, dear. I promise you. Just keep getting better. That's all that matters. Keep getting better. It did, SRB. It went directly from happy to sad. I was like, damn. You know? Yes, agreed. We are all very happy they caught it early. Just keep getting better. And I appreciate you joining us. From my understanding, she's still in the hospital, folks. So,
oh, I hope she feels better soon.
me too. I mean, but that's some loyalty to jump in here while you're in the hospital as well. Damn, girl, we love you. You know, honestly. Jeez. So everybody, please keep Tomboy in your thoughts and prayers, along with everybody. Oh, you're not still in the hospital? You were. Okay. Well, good. Good.
home was better prepared to handle a tornado. He had hurricane-proof.
That's even better. Glad you're home. I am very happy you're home. Good to hear. Yes. If you could all just healing process is the healing process, guys, period. So keep Tomboy in your thoughts and prayers, and we'll just keep pushing forward. Absolute. And yes, Nita. Well, she was in here yesterday from the hospital. I'll say that much. So absolute dedication, 100%. Tomboy is something else. I'll tell you that much. Very talented too, by the way. She makes some very, very, very good product with her crafting and stuff like that. So we love you, Tomboy, 100%. Mikey says, I'll take a guess who his crush is for 1,000, Dago. I'm on that. I got you, bro. I'm right there with you.
Guess. Bullhorn Betty.
Whoa. Oh, moving on.
Windows, he had shutters up, and so they ran there, thankfully, because after the second tornado hit, that's when the side of their home was just ripped to pieces, almost like the one right over there where you can see that roof was blown off. Now take a look at this video. Law enforcement officials said emergency.
Well, take care, Mystery. Thank you so much for joining us. Like I said, there's going to be more other than the hurricane stuff. I just wanted to catch everything up for those of you that are here. But I appreciate you joining us, Mystery. It's good to see you're doing well, dear. A lot of people were asking about you, so good to have you. Hope to see you later on.
Crews are going to go door to door at what's left of the retirement community of Spanish Lakes Country Club Village to conduct search and rescue operations. More than 100 people are looking for anyone who may be trapped. Some of them who were living in mobile homes, you see.
Be careful out there.
Multiple people did unfortunately die, but at this hour, it's not confirmed exactly how many. And nearby, another tornado tore through the area. You can see parts of trees and other debris flying through the air. Moments later, a semi-truck is seen on its side across the road. Now here, you can see cars flipped upside down and the roofs of several Fort Pierce homes ripped to shreds. Something else I do want to point out to you as well, if my photographer can follow me over here, along the side of the homes, you'll see that there are X marks. The X mark is actually on the front of this home, so we don't have to walk all the way to the front. But there are X marks at the homes all across this community. And that's because we have watched as the sheriff's deputies have gone around this community, marking each home to make sure that there's no one else in distress. I can tell you right now that Benji does look pretty injured. So as soon as we hop off of this live shot, we are going to try and get Benji some help. For now, Nate, we are in Fort Pierce.
Morgan, thank you.
Yeah, Morgan, that our job here on a day like this is to just convey through the lens of the camera the experience that people are having on the ground there, the experience of that animal, of the families, of those homeowners. I don't know if Morgan's still with us. Morgan, can you hear us? It was an incredible report that really brings home the destruction there.
I am still with you. A neighbor is taking Benji from me.
I'm so glad to hear. I'm so glad to see that. When we were in commercial break, we could hear your audio.
Something else I should probably.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was going to point out that I think a lot of people, when they're watching this, they're questioning, this is a mobile home park. Why did people sit out the storm in a mobile home park? And, to their credit, the storm did hit the other coast of Florida. So they weren't as concerned as those over there. The other thing was they weren't as concerned as tornadoes. Tornadoes aren't top of mind here. And another concern.
And that was a big thing, you guys, is this living with tornadoes, a mobile home park is basically like walking into the middle of a tornado by, hands-free. I don't think they expected any of the tornadoes. They really didn't, because Florida doesn't really get those, okay? But that's the worst place to be if you're having a tornado. I don't know how many times we responded to, tornado damage or a storm that's like there's other storms that are minimized tornadoes in mobile home parks, and it's a disaster. I mean, it's like a tin can, folks, in some senses. You know what I mean? The older ones, especially, they just peel away like nothing. There's nowhere to go. There's no basement. You can go inside a bathroom and sit in a bathtub and pray to God that it goes over you. Truly, a lot of people, they have dug ditches around some of these around here that people can go lay down in if there's something going on. But in F5, there's no hope in that sense. I've literally seen video of tornadoes picking up these things and throwing them miles away in other areas. So it's just scary.
Yes,
in this area now.
Straight line winds.
Exactly.
Insurance, because insurance companies don't often like to cover mobile homes. Wow. That one woman I described to you earlier who ran to her neighbor's house between tornadoes, she said that she got an astronomically high insurance quote that wouldn't have made sense for her. Another reason why she didn't evacuate, because they didn't have the finances. So that is what they're dealing with right now, is how they're going to recover from all this.
Well, Morgan, our job is to convey the intensity of the experience, and you've done that incredibly well. Please keep us posted on Benji, if he's okay. And we're so sorry to hear about his owners and to see that neighborhood there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Demon Dog, I agree. It seems like tornadoes can they go right for those trailers. Mike, you're silly. Welcome back, Cassie. I guess in Florida, that's the place you want to be. Right there where all these people are. Wow, tomboy. She says, oh, he took it down. Never mind. Oh, it's Key West. That's beautiful. I mean, it is, but wow, they were braving it out yesterday, taking selfies in that water. Mm-mm. I bet all you Florida people have quite the tan, don't you? Don't even have to pay for it.
So yesterday when I was showing this looked a hell of a lot different yesterday when all those people were standing here getting slammed by rain. It's crazy how this can change in like less than 24 hours.
Yes, Cassie, you sure did.
I did not. I was right here the whole time.
I know.
But yeah, I wanted to show this video here, this cam again, because you guys can see. Remember looking at this yesterday. There's people standing on the fence that were getting blown sideways. And look how pretty it is now. It's crazy.
Beautiful. It's gorgeous there, but
It is.
wow.
It really is. Like just
It's
to stand
crazy.
there, I'd love it. Yes.
Oh yeah, I would too.
And we know Mike's been to this place here to the left. It's spicy.
Yeah, one of his haircut days.
Right. He said it's spicy. Spicy
my.
for who? Is it
Spicy.
spicy for us or for you, Mike?
Spicy.
Yeah. So look how beautiful it is today. Yesterday it was a disaster. Today it's beautiful. It's crazy.
It's like picture perfect, and that's probably why they did that yesterday. Because
Yeah.
I'm sure they're used to picture perfect.
Yep. And to see it that way was probably insane. Our restaurant had lost power, so we took all the food home and fed those people along with the neighborhood. That's awesome, Tomboy. Not better than to let it go to waste, you know? Absolutely amazing. I agree. Welcome back, Cassie. Thank God, generators and fuel provided by the U.S. Border Patrol. Right? There you go. So we've seen pretty much, I think, everywhere. And like I said, it is definitely bad stuff, guys. And I think that the Floridians, I guess that's what they're called, or that's how you say it. They're strong people, guys. They're very strong people, I gotta say, truly and honestly. And I can't imagine going through this time and time again. You know what I mean?
They probably feel the same way about us with tornadoes.
I'm sure.
It's crazy,
Yeah.
but I mean, it's just weird. We don't know what every other state has to deal with. We're just used to our little tornado stuff. This is a big deal. I mean, wow.
Huge deal. Yes. Very much agree. Let me see what the rest of the skyline looks like throughout all this stuff here. We got a few different aspects to scan. I'm just trying to see what everything looks like this morning or early afternoon here. So, St. Augustine.
Did you know
That's not
YouTube
it.
is the #1 streaming platform in the U.S.?
Let's see. Tampa, Florida. Nice and calm today, as of now. This is Riverfront, University of Tampa. Wow. Such a difference, you know? Clearwater Beach, Florida. Look how beautiful.
Oh, that's beautiful. I have always said if I could put one toe in the ocean and one toe in the sand, I could die. And now I just decided that I probably will never get to see that. But
Well,
still, it's amazing. It's beautiful.
absolutely. That's gorgeous. I know there's some really cool golf courses. I do agree with that one. Love to go check those out. Frenchie's Clearwater Beach. Oh, so some of these cameras got knocked offline too, I'm sure. This is Hillsborough River. Hillsborough got hit yesterday. It's not going to show some of this probably. Like I said, I think some of these cameras took a beating last night.
Oh, I bet they did. I bet JLR's car got a beating too.
Yeah, definitely. That's Hollywood Beach Boardwalk. Again, like nothing happened. Well, I don't think they got hit. Let's see. Dania Beach. Piers wide open and rolling. People are back to fishing. Storm was hitting this pretty hard last night. St. Augustine Surf Station. Okay, that still looks a little dreary there, but it doesn't look. I mean, the waves are a little high, but not high, but they're a little rough. Yeah, I'm sure JLR. He probably got another one sitting at home anyway.
Yeah, he probably does.
The Port of Miami. Look how gorgeous that is. Wow. That's just beautiful. The ocean. That ocean is so massive. I've always thought that. It's just crazy to see it like that. Fort Lauderdale. Looks okay to me. I know.
Yeah, nice breeze.
Right. That's the Bridge of Lions in St. Augustine. Everything looks okay there. Jacksonville Beach. That's a little rough. South side Jacksonville. I think that camera needs to be cleaned off. The water's a little rough, like I said, but again, what do you expect? That's Fort Lauderdale, Everglades, Port Everglades. Everything looks okay there. Let's see, Deerfield Beach, Florida. God, look how pretty. Damn. It's just so weird that these storms can come in like this, you know? They come in and they just smack the whole place around and just slam, bang, boom, and then the next day, like nothing happened. 85 degrees and beautiful. Look at that.
Wow, that is gorgeous.
It is. Now this one, Fort Myers Beach, they got hit pretty hard, but this camera doesn't show any of that destruction or any of that. Still, they're pretty there. That bridge, that's a big bridge. Oh, no. You're fired, Brandy. Sorry. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It's okay. It's okay. No worries. I've told you guys, don't worry about being late. You obviously needed to sleep or you wouldn't have. Yeah, the water definitely has got that brown color to it for being stirred up like that. Let's see. Deerfield Beach. We saw that. Key West. Key West was getting slammed pretty good. Looks good today. Everybody's standing here talking about, yeah, I heard the wind blowing behind my house last night. How about you? Yep.
You're probably right. That's probably exactly what they were doing. They were telling their stories.
100%. That's pretty. Look at that. Wow. Some of these cameras are like really good cameras. We got to look at the eagle's nest. This is always cute. I like checking this out.
I always like looking at the bears in Alaska. I watch that. I will sit there for hours before I even realize it.
Right. Destin Bridge, Destin Beach. Let's see. Pigeon Key, Panama Beach. Everything looks all right. Some of this stuff, I don't even know. Water sound I've never even heard of. Dude, down in St. George, none of these, Santa Rosa, I think that was. It's not going to show. Okay. Let me see. Wow, that's so pretty. Crazy. Well, so that's it, guys. Everything's looking good so far. I mean, not good, but you know what I mean.
A hell of a lot better than what we thought it would be yesterday.
Yeah, and I will say, you know, there's still a lot of damage that was done. The tornadoes did a lot. It's yeah, right, Mike. But this could have been so much worse, and I'm grateful it wasn't. Like, look at this picture. This is just beautiful. Could you imagine, Doodle, going out on your like back deck with your coffee in the morning and just sitting down and looking at this?
Oh, that would be heaven. I mean, really. Or even out there on that dock with the fishing pole.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
That is right there. That's so beautiful. Wow. And it's so vast, like the ocean, how massive it is. You just to look out over that, it's crazy. Gorgeous, though. I love it. Absolutely love it. I've always been a water person. You know, I love being on the water, love being around the water, always. Y'all are going to make mom go back to before July. I don't know. After what she's done for the past week over this storm stuff, who knows? I don't know if she'll want to go back. Mikey's saying walking around outside here today, it's not that bad. I'm telling you, it could have been so much worse. I'm grateful that it wasn't. I know Doodle and I both. What is going on here? We're really worried about people down there a lot. You know,
Oh, yeah. I mean,
what was going to happen?
especially the ones that have no way to get out.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there were fatalities still, very, very sadly. I think in some senses, I think the tornadoes did a lot more damage than the hurricane did, you know?
Yeah, and that's why I said I wonder if that had some kind of effect on that hurricane.
Right. Absolutely. Very possible. Very, very, very possible. Because here's a video of the tornado when it hit St. Lucie. Guys, I couldn't believe, like, I've seen tornado action, but down there it seems to be way worse than it normally is. But look at this stuff. No holds barred. Look at it coming through there. I'm surprised that camera. Oh, that's right there. Damn. That is scary. And the noise that it makes when it's going over, of course, everything whites out. And the noise is unheard of, guys. It's crazy.
Yep. And then you hear all the trees falling, all the debris. It's very scary. Even in our shelter, I mean, you can hear everything.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Craziness. Oh, wow. This is tornado damage too. I'm going to show you this, and we're going to move on to some other stuff too today. Hey, Green Eye, good to see you today. Let me go back, find it. Green Eyed. I'm sorry, Brady. Or no, that's Phil. Sorry. Yeah, I saw that. We watched that happen, and then this morning I was watching on the news. There was a crane in St. Pete where JLR was last night that was not. They didn't like fasten it down or something. Yes, Brian's been in here, Cass. Everybody's accounted for. Mom's been in here. Mystery came in. Mikey's in here. Mikey don't have power, but Brian's been in here. Everybody's good. I'm happy and everybody's healthy, happy, and been in here a couple of times. So yeah. But yeah, they didn't strap this hurricane down and it just up off the ground and boom, right into a building. There it goes. That's crazy. Now, this is what I'm saying, you guys. I think a lot of the tornadoes and all that stuff obviously came from the outer bands. Can you imagine if this would have came in at a full-blown high-end Cat 5 after what we saw with the Cat 3 last night when it was live? No way.
Wow.
No way.
There's not. Yeah, that's so scary. I was scared for JLR. He was just right there toughing it out, and I thought, oh my word, they're going to see him get blown away.
Yep, that's exactly what I thought was going to happen. But if it would have came in a 5, he probably would have. They probably rolled that car, honestly.
Yeah, I think so. He was already rocking.
Yes. And none of that, what we saw, would have been standing, truly. Them light poles, everything would have probably came down. Because that wind, they were saying the winds were like 140, 45 miles an hour. Those winds at a Cat 5 would have been up to 180, 200 miles an hour. That is unbelievably scary to think of. Just saying. So I'm grateful. I am beyond grateful that it didn't. Let's see what they're talking about. This is in Loxahatchee Groves. I believe is all tornado damage.
Audible to the control room because I talked to Jason, the CEO of Furry Friends, last night, and he did say that there was a person in one of their mobile homes that they use that was inside as it flipped 3 times. I also talked to Lori Simmons, as you mentioned, from Big Dog Ranch Rescue, and she's talked about some of the damage they had not far from here. They said they were running generators this morning on some of their buildings, and there was power out in one of them. We're here just down the street from Big Dog Ranch Rescue at Panther Ridge Conservation. And you can see behind me how this trunk is just twisted off and the tree fell on the ground. And what's been so interesting to me through this whole process of following the tornadic path from Wellington into Loxahatchee Groves, into Royal Palm Beach, the acreage, and then into Palm Beach Gardens is the smell of new wood. And you smell it all morning, and you can see all the damage. You can see the sheared off palm fronds from the top of the tree. Now that Panther Ridge has about 21 cats at it. I looked at their social media. They didn't have any updates. They were just hoping for the best as of yesterday, 16 hours ago. But Elvis and I have been covering the path of this tornado since 6:30 last night. And Ashley, you asked me earlier what was I most impressed by, what did I notice the most? And now that it's daylight, I can tell you that the destruction path is about the wide as a football field. And once you get out of that football field, you might have some down branches or some debris, but it's not as intense as it is here in the path.
Definitely destructive. Tornadoes are probably the scariest thing that I've ever encountered or even remotely been close to. Thank you so much, SRB. I appreciate that. And thank you to anybody ahead of time that that chooses to support our channel via Venmo, PayPal, or Cash App. These links up here. We definitely do not expect it from you guys at all, but we more than appreciate it. It keeps me paying the bills to keep the internet running and all that fun stuff. And it is so very much appreciated, guys. So thank you and God bless. Yeah, it was a big one. That was a big one that went through there, Cass. That one that looked like a giant wedge. That had to have been a 5. In my opinion, that looked like a 5. The 5 that we had here looked just like that. So just saying, I hope to God that most people survived that, because I am telling you, that is the scariest situation, other than being in I'll say this much. Other than being around or in an F5 tornado, the worst thing than that was being in a hotel fire, when the hotel was on fire and I was there fighting that. That was scarier. The only thing scarier than a tornado to me, because we were right in the middle of it and the fire was all the way around us, and it was the hottest fire I've ever been on in my life. It melted steel girders, like framing steel. The I-beams, they were melting and dangling. It was crazy hot. So, wow. And that was, of course, an insurance scam that somebody started the fire with. They found 17 gas cans inside that building.
Oh, I bet that sounded great.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's scary.
It was hot.
Very dangerous.
Very hot. But that is the only other thing scarier than that tornado was that. So, let me see what we got here. I had some other stuff, but I wanted to cover that stuff to you guys first. Oh yeah, that's what they're called, microbursts. We've had a lot of those here. I'm sure you guys get them in Missouri too. But a microburst is basically like a mini tornado, and it just comes through and it's gone. This video here, I think Sherry showed me this the other day, actually, and I never got a chance to cover it because of everything else we were covering. But watch this, you guys. This is absolutely crazy. This is in North Carolina. And they're having gym class, okay? During school, it looks like, I think. But watch this stuff. Look at that. And those kids were right there.
Oh, Oh, that's frightening. Ugh.
That's what I'm saying. It just took the whole wall. Just gone. Thank God this kid's got out of the way, but still. I don't know what the hell that even is. Looks like a tree or a piece of a tree. Whole wall is
Look,
gone.
it's throwing those balls straight to the tornado. Look, they're rolling straight to it.
Right? What it does is it sucks everything in. Crazy stuff, though. Yeah, I agree with that, Victoria. They should have had nothing open. Nothing.
Right. And yeah, Victoria, I heard that Wyoming also has some really bad wildfires going on right now.
Yep, that. Get out of my head. Get out of my head. We're going there next.
It's so fun here.
We're going there next. Well, you can try to run from fires. It depends on how bad they are, Cassie. Truly. All right, let's see here. That's what Leslie and Billy's been going through, too. They were really close to their home.
That's so scary for them. Oh,
Anybody. I've seen
sure.
wildfires are insane. Like, they really are. So this is 13 hours ago. And they're doing evacuations over this, too. There's always something going on, you guys. Danger everywhere. It's crazy.
It doubled from about 3,500 acres to 7,700 today. We're still finishing our mapping of what we could map, what we could see. We'll have an updated acreage for tomorrow morning, but it's roughly 11,000 acres right now, so almost double again.
The Yellow Lake fire started Saturday, September 28th in eastern Wasatch County. I'm Fox 13 News reporter Avery Klanowski in Francis talking with officials about mandatory evacuations.
The Granddaddy Lakes area on the Ashley National Forest, they're under a ready evacuation, which just means to have everything prepared in case we do give the evacuation order so they can then quickly evacuate.
The U.S. Forest Service says record temperature highs and dry conditions led to rapid growth of the Yellow Lake fire.
This is going to be a long duration fire. It's complex terrain, it's complex fuels, and now it's very large. So it's going to be a longer duration fire, I guess more than a few days. Yeah, so it's an ever-moving target. We know that this was human-caused, but the initial start is still under investigation.
The main goal, keep the fire as manageable as possible.
Firefighter and public safety is going to be number one, and then beyond that is protecting roadways, structures.
Impacting areas on the North Fork and the West Fork of the Duchesne River.
We are seeing the columns from the fire actively burning, so that is just smoke coming out of the active fire activity.
Asking those who had camping, hunting, or fishing plans in these areas to hold off until it's safe.
We've seen the fire double twice, and for us just to kind of keep up with evacuations, you're not only at danger, but then unfortunately we have to put sheriffs, officers, and firefighters in danger to try and get people out there.
Emergency officials will contact you if you need to get evacuation ready. In Wasatch County, Avery Klanowski, Fox 13.
Well, that's out of Utah. Again, so very dangerous. I almost became a fire jumper.
Oh, not me. That's nothing I want to fool with.
Almost did it. The only thing that talked me out of it was flying in a plane and jumping out of helicopters and stuff.
Oh yeah, nope, that counts me out.
That's why I didn't do it. Let's see. So this is yesterday. So this is out of Wyoming, Sheridan County, Wyoming. They're calling it the elk fire, but it's pretty bad stuff, guys. And that's what I've always been like mesmerized by, how fast fire moves. Mama D, Dago, if you fly over the western U.S. and see the dead trees from the pine beetles in drought, it's a surprise. Oh yeah, we listen when we got when Canada had their wildfires here last year. We had our sky was yellow here. That's how bad it was there. It was I mean, there was, I can't remember how many thousands of acres were burning, but we had a stay inside order pretty much. Air quality was bad. I think Mama Bear had it in Indiana as well. It was bad, very bad. But yeah, I was going to graduate from what I was doing as a firefighter and go out there and become a fire jumper. And the ex talked me out of it. That's the only good thing she ever did, I think. But I was scared of heights. That's why I didn't do it. And they kind of they drop you into these forested areas with a shovel and a bag and go to town. And then they dump water. They fly over and dump water on it and stuff like that. And basically, you're just digging dirt and throwing it on the fires and keeping things from burning, basically, is what you're trying to do. So, and then you do that like a regular job throughout the day, and then you go home at the end of the day. It's pretty wild. So I never did it. I got a couple friends that left here and did it, though.
Continues to burn large swaths of land east of the Bighorn Mountains. 11 days after igniting, the powerful wildfire now covers more than 74,000 acres of land. The fire is only 10% contained, according to the Forest Service. Large amounts of smoke fill the air around the Elk Fire, reportedly creating challenges for helicopter pilots assisting firefighters. Sheridan County Emergency Management is largely responsible for coordinating firefighting efforts and evacuation orders. Emergency Management Coordinator Jesse Ludical says his team uses a ready, set, go model to communicate evacuation orders.
So there's around 3,000 structures or residences that are in some form of ready, set, go here in Sheridan County. And so, but again, those change every day.
Drought conditions have contributed to the Elk Fire's growth and intensity. Ludical says he expects those conditions to
Look how massive that fire is.
Temperatures are going to be well above average for this time of year, and with no precipitation, with the chance of in a few days we may have some increased winds, but definitely not the 50-60 mile an hour winds that we had during the start of this event.
U.S. Highway 14 is still closed between the town of Dayton and Burgess Junction as fire crews continue to work. Evacuation orders change daily. People living in the area should continue to monitor communications from emergency management and first responders.
It's a lot, you guys. That's a whole lot. But like I said, it's not a hurricane or tornado. It's a wildfire. It's just something always somewhere. Very crazy. Very, very crazy. Let's see. Next up, we got... All right. Oh yeah, we had this. Hold on a minute. Look at that. Give me 1 second here.
Welcome, Sergeant.
Now, there was a new video that was sent to me and released about, I know we talked about this last week, but welcome, Sergeant Smellgood. Thank you for joining us, sir. I hope you're being safe today, and I appreciate you joining us. We looked at the East Palestine stuff last week, if you guys remember, and there's been stuff popping up new with it. This was sent to me 2 days ago. I didn't really get a chance to bring it to you because of what's been going on, but I wanted to show this to you. It was kind of interesting to me, so we're going to check this out, and I got some other stuff too. Miss Nina's in the house. Good to see you, Miss Nina. Thank you for joining us today. I hope you're having a great day so far.
I got a neighbor, and right now he's puking blood because he works right there in the main part of it.
People are going back to work because they have to.
They need that money. Not like these big boys in North Fork. They're sitting behind a desk or sitting at home, kicked back in their chair, enjoying themselves. Because they got the money coming in. Do they care about us? No, they don't even care about their own employees.
Sometimes a disaster is so overwhelming that it shocks people out of their political corners and brings really big problems into focus. That's what it's like in East Palestine. I grew up in this county. I live 2 counties south on Route 7. The last time I was in East Palestine was for the Sweethearts Dance in 2007. I came back to find out what happened when a nearly 2-mile-long Norfolk Southern train carrying hazardous chemicals derailed and was detonated in spectacular fashion on the edge of town. We've been here for over a week. We've seen national figures and camera crews come and go, but what gets lost in so much of that coverage is that the people here still have a ton of unanswered questions. How safe is the air and water really? Who, if anyone, has the juice to square up with a $55 billion company that treats disasters as the cost of doing business? And will anyone step up to lead this time?
Do I have to wait until I have cancer or my kids are sick before you guys are going to do anything?
Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah. Care to do an interview?
Yeah, I'll do one. My name is Luke Lavin. I live a couple blocks from here on Alice Street. We're in East Palestine, pretty much right ground zero for where the train derailed. Friday night, my wife and I were playing Call of Duty, and we heard some banging around, and we didn't know what the heck it was, so we paused it. You know, we come out here, and it was a spectacle, really. I kept telling my wife, "Oh my God, this is big. This is bigger than we're going to even ever imagine."
The train derailed on the edge of town late at night on February 3rd. 5 cars were carrying toxic vinyl chloride. Left alone, the damaged cars would have gone off like a bomb. So officials on the scene did what's being called a controlled release. A mushroom cloud of toxic chemicals filled the sky, stretching out for miles.
It was like hundreds of miles, like that shit was out there. And I was just silent for a moment. That feeling, you know, when people are gonna suffer or you know, something's horribly wrong with this.
2 days later, government and company-sponsored tests declared the air and water safe, and a mandatory evacuation order for residents in a 1-mile radius of the derailment was lifted. Minutes later, the trains were back on the tracks. And in the days and weeks since, residents have gotten very few answers to their many questions. So Luke, walk us through what communication has been like of really important information after this derailment.
I'm going to give you the shortest answer possible. There isn't any. I mean, really, from Norfolk anyways, you're a multi-billion-dollar corporation, and they can't even give you the answers to some simple questions that even a little bit of research on Google can give you.
They're not talking. They're trying to protect themselves. So,
yep.
I mean, but they need to at least let us know what's going on, you know.
Norfolk Southern has been carrying out most of the major operations since the disaster, hiring contractors for the cleanup, the testing, everything.
When they did the test, I was actually crying as the team walked through my house because I said, there's no way in hell I'm the only one smelling this right now. I noticed the smell right away. I could smell a cleaner smell. They said they didn't smell anything at all.
So you've had a test at your home. Who did?
The sad part with this whole thing is first off, Nina's right. Alexandria, Tennessee, 100%. Yes. And Alicia's right too. I talked about this because I'm literally 35 minutes away from this. Okay. It's 47 miles away. And the national news, it very lightly covered it. And then it stopped altogether. I believe they were told to stop covering it. Okay. Local news covered it. And then it was just very minimal coverage. And they weren't talking about it. There's a lot of strange things that went on around this, guys. And it was a whole hush-hush type scenario. It's very creepy how it went down. And Norfolk Southern, the company that caused it, has been paying people off left and right. And as you heard, there are people that literally started throwing up blood, vomiting blood immediately. Okay. And there's more to this. This is interesting.
Did that test?
That was CTEC. That was the Center for Toxicology and Environmental Health, the company that Norfolk contracted with.
It turns out the initial
and that's the problem right there. Norfolk Southern brought in their own company to do all the air quality testing, water testing, All that stuff, they paid for this company to do it. They were supposed to be, I told you this story already. They took all this stuff back, all the data back to Washington, is where that came from, I believe. They did all this testing, and there was supposed to be a group of 5 people, I believe. I think it was 5 that were flying out here to do a press conference. That plane crashed. It was a smaller plane. It crashed. Every person on the plane died. Pilot, everyone. That press conference never happened.
Oh my goodness, he's gone. They definitely do, Mama D. You're right. SRB. Uh-oh. I'm sure he'll be right back. Oh yeah, Victoria, you're right. Money definitely talks. Right, SRB. They just shut him up. See? He can't even talk about it now. I had this problem yesterday. My internet just kind of messed up, but it didn't take long. It came back on. So maybe that's what he's doing. I think mine updated. All right, so you know what I'm going to talk about next. What are you all having for dinner? I'm not sure what I'm cooking yet. Yeah, he said his internet just went down. So I guess we'll give it a little bit and see how this works out. Brandy, you have to eat, honey. You have to eat. Ugh, Brandy. I hate to hear that. Ooh, Steven, that sounds good. Chicken and rice. If he doesn't come back soon, I will try to end this, guys. I'm not sure if I can even end it, honestly. Okay, his internet, he's going to call him real quick and see how long it'll be. So I guess I'm up here on my own. Oh, here he is. Here he is.
Okay. I don't know what just happened, but that was crazy. Wow. Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, sounds good on my end.
Interesting. If I was a rabbit hole type guy, I'd say something, but I'm not going to. But anyway, moving forward from where we were, it just cut completely off right at that moment as I started talking about that stuff. That's weird. Okay. So anyway, like I said, there was talk that there was a whistleblower on that plane, supposedly. I don't know if that's true, guys. You know how rumors get started and how they go. They never had the press conference. Nothing was ever talked over, explained. None of that stuff happened. Just saying. So, moving forward with this. And again, sorry about that, guys. All right.
It happens. It happens. I was just talking about food up here.
There's nothing
Steven's
wrong.
having chicken and rice.
Nothing wrong with that at all. Chicken and rice sounds good. Chicken and noodles, too. I like noodles. I love noodles. Sounds like it'd be good, Zelda. Either way. Onward and up.
Testing used to justify the claim that East Palestine's water supply was secure was conducted by a third-party contractor hired by Norfolk Southern in a way that didn't comply with the EPA's own testing standards. It begs the question of why the company that caused this disaster was ever charged with handling the response in the first place.
Why the fuck would you let Norfolk do that? Like, why would you let them clean up their own mess? They have every reason to just cover it up.
This is what the only thing that I've received from Norfolk so far. This is just a little pamphlet just telling us about what they've done. 3,150 cubic yards of contaminated soil and 942,000 gallons of contaminated water. And that's been the narrative since this started was, guys, it's okay. You know, we've got this. We're cleaning it up.
We've made a lot of progress on environmental remediation. We've dug up 4,600 cubic yards of soil and collected 1.7 million gallons of water.
We got the wildlife officers out there every day checking our creeks. Everything's dead. Nothing comes around. We used to have birds. We used to have all kinds of stuff.
Is it the water that's bothering her, or is it something else? She's not manufacturing. She's sick. I've had her at the emergency room 3 times.
I'm being exposed to something in my house. The doctor diagnosed me with contact dermatitis due to chemical exposure.
I try to walk like 3 feet into my house. I start feeling like I'm literally about to black out. We're not dumb. They think they can just throw a bunch of science words around and then just expect us not to question it. I just really like to know what exactly they're doing at this point. In Norfolk, personally, I'd like to know why people are getting sick with CDC symptoms and why they're just not taking us seriously. I mean, they match the symptoms identically, and they're just still like, oh, those are unrelated.
So we are in the press box of the East Palestine High School auditorium, the last of a 3-day event with national political figures coming through here, the first being Trump, the second being Pete Buttigieg, and now Aaron Brockovich.
I can't tell you how many communities feel that these moments are the biggest gaslight of their life. Because you experienced it, you have symptoms, but you're going to be told it's safe. You're going to be told not to worry. Well, that's just rubbish.
This is all happening as the Environmental Protection Agency takes over the next phase of the cleanup process. In practice, that means that Norfolk is still leading the day-to-day operations, while the EPA monitors their progress. But the EPA plans to use its powers to force Norfolk to foot the entire bill for the cleanup. And if the company fails to finish the job, the EPA will do it themselves and invoice Norfolk for 3 times the original cost.
I want you all to know that we are holding Norfolk Southern accountable for putting this community in harm's way.
The EPA has a spotty track record of showing up, rushing to say everything's fine, then leaving people without the support they really need. We saw it in Flint, and we're already seeing some signs that it might be happening here. Recently, the EPA said that their own testing shared that the air and water near the crash was completely safe. But Texas A&M researchers, using the same data, found elevated levels of 9 pollutants that could be linked to serious long-term health risks. For residents, all of this can feel like a repeat of how Norfolk Southern has been handling the response in the last few weeks.
The fact that they gave Norfolk that entire responsibility was just beyond me. I just don't know. I hope the EPA can make it right, but I did talk to several federal EPA people already that didn't know. They just didn't know.
Which I think they should have just been blatantly honest with us, you know? They should have just come right out in the beginning and said, hey, man, this could be a while. You know, hold on because you don't know what's going to happen.
And that's the uncomfortable truth. No one really knows what the long-term health effects of all of this will be.
When you burn vinyl chloride, it forms dioxins, which are itself their own very hazardous form of chemical and are very, very persistent over long periods of time.
That's Emily Jeffers. She's a senior attorney at the Center for Biological Diversity. We asked her about the EPA stepping in and what they can realistically promise residents. What are the full costs and how long will it take us to know what they really are?
That's a good question because no one knows. It's going to be years and years and years before we really understand the full costs. A lot of these cancers don't manifest themselves right away, so the harms that folks might see is not going to be readily apparent. The best case scenario is that Norfolk Southern pays a ton of money to these folks.
They owe us property value. They owe us our health. They owe us 5-10 years from now when things are going on.
I just don't know how these people can't have any type of like sympathy. Bust out the checkbook, man, and start paying people to clean this shit up the right way.
East Palestine residents have already taken it upon themselves to file multiple lawsuits against the company. But Norfolk Southern is counting on the cost of this cleanup to barely impact their bottom line. The thing is, they actually plan for catastrophes like this. And if they're lucky, they can even profit from them.
911, where's your emergency?
Yes, we have a train derailment in Graniteville.
Train derailment?
Yes, ma'am. There's something blowing off all over the town down here.
In 2005, Norfolk Southern fought accountability for a similar disaster that they caused in South Carolina, which killed 9 people and led to the hospitalization of over 500. The company was ultimately forced to pay $4 million in fines to the federal government and over $10 million in settlements, a far cry from what was needed to cover the actual harm inflicted on that community. But now, investors on Wall Street are pointing to this example as a reason why Norfolk Southern's value is unlikely to be impacted by the disaster in East Palestine, and why now might actually be a great time to buy Norfolk Southern stock. It's important to remember, this isn't some huge conspiracy. For companies like Norfolk Southern, destroying an entire town like this is just the cost of doing business.
This company that's owned by J.P. Morgan, Vanguard, and BlackRock. Alan Shaw's a pawn. So he's a pawn. He makes $8 million a year. Yeah, $8 million a year. He lives in an 8,000-foot square mansion. He doesn't care about the people.
I'm angry. I'm angry about this. I've lived in East Palestine for 65 years now. That's my home. I don't feel safe in this town now. You took it away from me. You took this away from us.
To you, look me in the eye. I can't hit you with my pocketbook. I can't touch you with anything other than my heart. And listen to me, please. My grandchildren, my children want out. It's not safe here, sir. We're sick. You breathe. You are no different than any other man. I want to get as close to you as I can, sir. If you want our trust, I'm begging you, by the grace of God, please get our people out of here.
This area, the one that I grew up in, has been dealing with polluting industry for a long time. There's a picture from 1981 of a person in a hazmat costume protesting the construction of the nation's largest hazardous waste incinerator. That person is my mom, and the incinerator is just down the road from where the train derailed in East Palestine. Contaminants from this disaster are being burned off there right now. Heavy polluters have always been in Columbiana County, and for the longest time, it felt almost impossible to speak out.
That was a big deal out here. They wanted to know, we all wanted to know in the state and the surrounding areas, what did you do with all the contaminated stuff? Okay, where did you take that? According to what they stated, no lie, you're going to love this, Alicia. Supposedly, they took this over state lines into Michigan and were disposing of it in Michigan. Okay, this is what they told people. There was no proof of that. None whatsoever. And this has been going on for a long time. Columbiana County, I think I told you guys the story. that I worked at a gas station in a city out here called North Jackson when I was real young, right when I first got married. It was just right outside of where I lived at. And this guy right here, if you guys don't recognize him, is Charlie Sheen's father, Martin Sheen. Came through that town heading to Columbiana County, stopped at the gas station to get gas. I had no idea who he was. The other guy that was working with me did. And he was heading to one of these protests. This has been going on for a long ass time because they burn all of this stuff at this incinerator. And the facts are, they said they took this out of state, took it to Michigan to dispose of it. What good does that do? Okay. Because you're contaminating that area as well by doing it. How do you dispose of it? Then it came back to us about 3 months after this all started happening that they were burning a lot of this stuff at that incinerator in Columbiana County, putting it back into the air. What in the hell is going on with this shit? This blows my mind. So, but yeah, him and a few other people have been protesting this stuff for a long time, and it's never changed. That's the problem. Never has it changed. That incinerator is still working to this day. I know people that work there, at least 2. This is what they do. Again and again and again. I don't care what it is. They burn biohazardous material there. They take all the like surgical stuff and, you know, I hate to say this, but like body parts and stuff like that, they get rid of things like that at this place. It's a hazardous waste incinerator. That's exactly what they do. Blood products, bloodborne issues, all sorts of stuff. And it goes up into the air that we all breathe in every single day. I don't see how that's legal, but it is. Thank you so much. Gilbert gifted a membership. I can't tell who got it. Or Gilbert. Phil, sorry. Doodle, can you tell who got that by chance? Are you able to see that?
I'm looking now. It looks like, actually, it's not showing up.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it just says he gifted 1 membership, but I don't see anything green that says who it went to.
Well, that's where, unless he got it himself.
Oh, maybe. Sometimes you can.
That has happened before.
Yeah.
either way, thank you, Phil. We appreciate it very much. God bless.
Thank you, Phil.
Very much appreciated. So yeah, this actually happens, you guys, and it's so crazy to me that it's legal. How does the EPA not say no? That's not healthy. You're going to tell me that you can burn hazardous materials. Well, you are Phil, sir, or you are green, sir. So I think he's green. Maybe he did get it.
It was green before, though.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah, he was already green.
He said he's a paying member. So then, okay. I don't know then. Well, it'll show up. Somebody will get it. Hopefully it went through. It says it did. Either way. But yeah, I mean, I just wanted to stop and let you guys know that incinerator is literally right down the road in Columbiana County. It's not far from where that happened. I'm telling you, it came out. A lot of people were saying that they were receiving a lot of the contaminated stuff from that site because it cost too much to take it to Michigan. Some of the larger stuff they took out of the area, but nobody saw where it went. They did it at nighttime. Imagine that. And then it ended up being there in some senses. Now, I don't know if anything went to Michigan. Welcome, Country Cooter. Good to see you. Or not, but that's the story we got. But again, the people in Michigan were not happy hearing about this either for the area that they were taking it to. It was directly over Ohio state lines into Michigan. Someplace there. I have no idea what they do. We didn't see anything else about it. Didn't hear anything else about it. Have no idea. So it was the story behind this. It just blew my mind. Oh, that's James Earl Jones. Okay. I heard there was some. I knew he went Martin Sheen, but that's James Earl Jones. There were some other people here too that were really famous. I can't remember for this, but anyway, sorry guys. Didn't mean to go off subject.
Against them. This time feels different.
I think it brought attention to a lot of people, especially in like Sleepy Little East Palestine, that never really questioned a lot of things that like big things like that. Because I mean, it is a big thing. You think politics don't involve you until they directly involve you.
The Norfolk Southern disaster was big enough to shock people out of their political corners and raise questions about how business is done. How do you measure profits and stock prices against the value of people's lives? against the train derailed in East Palestine. Contaminants from this disaster.
Matahari, good to see you, says the guy in the sweater is family too, or familiar too. I think he is. Hold on, let me see.
Are being burned off there right now. Heavy polluters have always been in Columbiana County, and for the longest time, it felt almost impossible.
He does look familiar. I can't think of who that is, and she kind of does too. It's going to drive me nuts. I'll have to look that up and figure it out.
To speak out against them. This time feels different.
I think it brought attention to a lot of people, especially in like Sleepy Little East Palestine, that never really questioned a lot of things that like big things like that. Because I mean, it is a big thing. You think politics don't involve you until they directly involve you.
The Norfolk Southern disaster was big enough to shock people out of their political corners and raise questions about how business is done. How do you measure profits and stock prices against the value of people's lives, against clean air, clean water, and soil? Can politicians really take money from corporations and be expected to hold them accountable? And who is the government for, anyway?
And it just feels like we're screaming into the void. It really, really, truly does. I wish it wasn't up to us to have to do everything ourselves. Like, I mean, I just want to go back to like a normal life and do the stuff I want to do, like not just try to figure out how to like avoid this like chemical apocalypse right now.
We might not have the Palestine that everybody wants, but I think it's definitely a possibility for us to at least be safe somewhere with everybody's voice and a continuous cry from the community. It's not too late.
It takes a lot to go toe-to-toe with a $55 billion company, and I think that company is counting on people to return back to normal and to not speak up about it and kind of let whatever happens to their town happen to their town. But those people are clearly set on taking a different path. And I wish them all the luck in the world, which they will need. Norfolk Southern can get that.
So that is the full-blown situation as to what's going on with that right down the road from me, you guys. And it really did remind me of something. For those of you that aren't familiar, most of you guys should know this. We're all around the same age group. There was a movie that was made. I can't remember what year it was. Okay, there's a movie that came out, I want to say it was 83, 84 maybe. It was called Silkwood. Jessica Lange, I think, she played the lead in it. She played the part of Karen Silkwood. They worked in a nuclear facility, okay? And something happened. People were getting sick inside the facility, left and right. Okay.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
How many? All of them are just many?
It was a big deal. It's something I'm going to actually cover the case on the crime side of the channel because she ended up dying and they said it was due to a car accident. That's not what happened. I'm going to show you a picture. 1 second here. I want to show you the picture of she left work one night, was driving home, was being followed by somebody, and then she ended up getting in a bad car accident. She was driving I think it's a Honda. Look at this car. This is what was left of the car.
Oh, no.
And she passed away. Okay. And she was fighting against this company that was basically killing people. Okay. Watch the movie. Watch the movie if you haven't seen it. It's called Silkwood. It's a really, really damn good movie. Cher was in it. Meryl Streep, Tomboy, not Jessica Lange. Thank you very much. I always get those two confused. So yeah, Cher was in it. Cher played her best friend, and Meryl Streep was the lead character. Anyway, it was based on a complete, total true story. And she was fighting against this company, and like she started being harassed by people that worked there, the bigger wigs, so on and so forth. And then this happened. There was never nothing behind it. I thought about covering it on the channel, you know, because it was a crime per se.
Sure.
And it's an unsolved crime. They never figured out how or what. So I thought it would be something good to look into. I don't want to give everything away here, but still, you know, interesting story to say the least. And it reminds me a lot of what is happening in Palestine. And it's all, now I'm not saying that East Palestine's being covered up or any of that stuff, because I don't know exactly what's going on, but it's been a hell of a weird mess. This story is a lot like that to me. Yes, Terry. So that's why I was so interested in this as well. But we're going to cover this at some point here too, because the whole story is just a mess. But this is how she died. Okay. Other people like observed this accident scene and said this like the brakes. They believe that I think there was something about the brake lines being cut, and then there was somebody that was behind her. They think that pushed her off the road, and that's how it ended up. So it was very, very crazy stuff. So I think we're going to cover it because it is a true story. And there's never been an answer as to what actually happened to Karen Silkwood. So, but I'm showing you this because this really does remind me of East Palestine and the way that whole thing's going down. Yes. Only Murders in a Building. My wife and I love that show, Kim. It's got Steve Martin Short, that young, I think it's Selena Gomez, and Meryl Streep's on there too. But great TV show if you guys haven't seen it yet. It's very good. But yeah, anyway, that's the situation. Again, if you guys can't see it, that's what her car ended up looking like. She didn't survive it at all. And it was horrifying. So I haven't seen that happen with anybody out here that I know of that's been harassed or anything like that, or anybody that's passed on from something like this. But a lot of people have passed on in East Palestine. A lot of people have been diagnosed with cancer and different other issues from it. Norfolk Southern's doing nothing. There's a couple people I think that they offered money to or bought out or whatever just to shut them up. There's attorneys out here left and right coming from all over the place. There's a whole bunch of class action lawsuits, so on and so forth, but nothing's happening. So I just don't know what to say. You know what I mean? But that's why I was. Terry, what did you say, Terry? I haven't. Why won't it work? Why won't this won't highlight this?
I think your internet is messing up again. You're getting like, I can hardly see your picture, and then you're okay, and then you're not.
I should say I haven't heard much about it lately. Right, they're keeping it quiet. That's for sure. And Terry also, I haven't heard much about you. Did I miss coverage of it? Just a little bit, yeah, Terry. I just showed it. Sorry, I think my internet's causing issues. My apologies. So anyway, but anyway, that's what's the whole thing that's going on with that. I figured I would show that since I received that the other day and get the show. I got a damn fly in here again. I swear I hate these.
You and those flies.
So moving on. But yeah, we're gonna look into that whole Silkwood situation as a case on the true crime side of this stuff. Because I think it needs to be covered personally. Because there hasn't been an answer since way back then. And that's been a minute. So what's going on here now? Oh, Melissa McCarthy. I haven't watched it because I wanted them to drop all the new seasons or all the new episodes for season 4. Because I like to binge watch. My wife and I both like to binge watch. Are you leaving, Steven? Thank you for joining us today, sir. All right, moving on. Sorry for all the technical stuff today, guys. My apologies.
You might be updating like I did that one day.
What do we have here? Oh, hold on. Still here with me, Doodle?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me? Oh, you can't hear me.
Maybe not.
I'm here. Do you guys hear me?
I did want to show you this too, because we cover current events all around the world. Okay, cool, Matahari. Thank you. Yeah, definitely, Terry. All right, here's this now. This came out yesterday. Like I said, with everything going on with the hurricane and stuff, we haven't really been paying a lot of attention to other stuff. Just wanted to show this too for anybody that may not have seen this.
With world attention focused on the Middle East and fears of further escalation between Iran with its nuclear program and nuclear-armed Israel, the rhetoric from North Korea's Kim Jong-un is getting less international attention. This week, he repeated a warning. If South Korea used armed forces against his country, North Korea would, without hesitation, use all its attack capabilities. And he said, the use of nuclear weapons is not ruled out, though he later said, we have no intention of attacking South Korea. This week saw a massive annual military parade in South Korea, including a US bomber, where South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol vowed the end.
Doodle, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Am I freezing?
Yep.
Is it like nonstop?
It's off and on, and your picture's kind of faded sometimes.
What is going on with this internet?
It could be updating. That's what mine did.
I have one. It says connection's unstable. If you're on Wi-Fi, try unplugging. Oh, no, I'm not on Wi-Fi. I'm plugged in direct, so hopefully I can get through the rest of this and figure out what the hell the problem is. All right, let me finish this up.
End of the North Korean regime if it ever used a nuclear weapon. So, add the Korean Peninsula to the global list of problems in the next president's in-tray. The two candidates offering very different approaches.
I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth.
I will not cozy up to tyrants and dictators like Kim Jong-un who are rooting for Trump.
Increasing the complexity, many burning international issues are interwoven. In Ukraine, it's now highly likely that North Korean soldiers are fighting for Russia, South Korea's defense minister says. Kim Jong-un wished President Putin a happy birthday this week, a friendship both sides have had reason to celebrate. During the Russian leader's visit in June, they signed a comprehensive strategic partnership. The US suspects that means sharing more weapons and perhaps even nuclear secrets.
We continue to be incredibly concerned by the expanding security relationship between North Korea and Russia, both for the support that North Korea continues to provide to Russia to prosecute its illegal war against Ukraine, and for the prospect of Russia assisting North Korea in ways that ultimately will be destabilizing to the Korean Peninsula.
Kim's confidence is growing. Last month, he was pictured visiting centrifuges that can produce fuel for nuclear bombs. Last year, he brought his daughter to inspect missiles.
This is my honor.
The years when Kim Jong-un was prepared to meet with President Trump and perhaps negotiate are a memory now. The next president may have to deal with a very different North Korea. Tom, the relationship between President Putin and Kim Jong-un is not new. President Putin knew Kim Jong-un's father, Kim Jong-il. But the closeness between the two men and the two countries, that is increasingly unusual. U.S. intelligence estimates that North Korea shipped 16,000 crates of munitions to Russia in the past year. And Russia says it is helping North Korea with its space program. There are tensions, too, between China and North Korea, between China and Russia and Iran. That may be an opportunity for a future administration. Tom?
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow.
So that scenario is going on too. Yeah, it's definitely my internet. I know that.
Your internet's much better now.
Is it?
I
I
can
don't
see
know
your
what
picture
the hell.
clearly now.
I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they're doing. You know how this internet company is here. They suck. So Kim Jong-un has not changed his I guess you could say his look on life per se. Pretty crazy stuff. So anyway, so I think we're at the end of that point for today. We covered a lot on the hurricane stuff, so we didn't get to jump into a lot of the other stuff. So
What was important? I mean,
very
we'll
important.
always do the important stuff first.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So, as I always say, everybody that leaves here needs to leave here with a smile on their face. And we always do this at the end. So, let's see what we got. Let's see. Oh, I don't know how funny this will be, but we'll see what happens here. I want everybody to, they've got a couple different things to look at this way. So let's see what happens here. Yep, Mama Bear's right. Every damn Thursday, when we first started, my internet would go out on a Thursday every day, every week. No lie. She'd call me or something like, what's going on? I'm like, the internet's out. She goes, oh, yeah, well, it is Thursday. And I'm like, yep, you're right. I'll be damned if it didn't happen every time. She's not lying. I'm glad you're here, Mama Bear. Good to see you. Let's see what we got going, guys.
Premier League soccer, where the show must go on for this sideline reporter.
Красота! Группа хода этого матча и становится еще быстрее и быстрее. Но все равно продолжаю.
First, I thought somebody was standing off Kim with a hose, because those are some powerful sprinklers.
Hats off to that. That is not easy.
It's hockey. This is fun. But when you've got a long drop to the ice, bad things happen. Who built this rink?
Who did build this rink? Like, what is with that door?
7-foot drop off? They'll be fine.
What is going on there?
Fly ball. Shallow left. Long run. And awkward. This time slide from Stewart. It nailed him. And everybody's safe. It hit Stewart on the head. It ended up hitting him on the white part of his cap. And it looks like Martin's trying not to laugh as he consoles him. I mean, I hope he's okay. Yeah, we do. That was so horribly timed. On the ice, and not enough on that one to go in the empty Sharks net. Within 20 seconds left, but now they score on their own net. Oh, boy. Tony Soon, head hanging, goes to his bench after scoring an own goal into an empty net.
Which I can't decide whether that's the worst first pitch in baseball history or the best first pitch in baseball history.
That's hysterical. Poor lady.
She's still celebrating.
She is. She's happy.
Harden's got to get it up, and it's blocked off the play, and he hit himself right in the stars. The Rockets are frustrated, especially James Harden.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
What?
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Forget about the $90 fries. Are you kidding me? All right, I got this one. I got it. Oh, no. And the dog. Well, he did get the ball. What? That's the same guy. He goes, really? Serious business.
It's the same guy.
It's the same guy.
Same guy's ticked off.
He lost his first meal, and then he just lost his second meal. That's impossible.
Look, Dusty. Hoher Stock kann's nicht sein. Das ist, für mich ist es ein Tor. Very good. Oh, Mann.
Oh, the panko, yeah. She's serving. Yeah, no, I know. Where's he going to get it?
Oh, yeah.
Gets her right in the head. She
Right
cranks her partner right in the old back of the head.
Oh, she's done it again. Oh, no. Number 2. Ouch.
You just wonder whether he'll start to adjust where he's standing soon. That is the second time this tournament that this has happened.
Collided like they were racing to catch the train. David in a stare down. Picks up the puck at center. He'll walk in on Reimer. Swoop to the near side and cut in and lose control of the puck. Wow.
What were the odds of that in Vegas? Okay, John. Is there a full moon outside?
One. Hits one in the air to center field that sends Blackman back to the edge of the warning track. At the wall. It's off him and gone. It bounces off David Dahl and out of the park for the 27th of the season for Cody Bellinger. It hits in the palm of the glove, and that's the hardest place. What a horrible feeling that has to be.
She hit 100 meters to go. Kennedy thought she had it. Voss came through on the line and stole the stage. Heartbreak for the Mitchelton Scott rider. You never sit up when Voss, the boss, is hunting you down.
On the ground. Giant save. Bryson Carroll. Touchdown.
Watch what he does here. Does he have the ball when he crosses the goal line? Is it in his possession? Got it? Dropped it on the 2-yard line. They're going to look at this upstairs. He dropped it before he ever scored. How many times can you say what?
Cottle is wobbly. Is he going to go down? Oh, my goodness. Oh, and out of the ring goes Cottle.
From the line, anyone would think that was the point of this venture.
Oh, my God.
SC United of Manchester 1, Basford 2.
Eagles want to take that time out, and they do take the time out. And that kick would have won the game, but it doesn't matter. And, he hits the upright again. That's impossible.
No, fire! Oh, no, senor! No, senor! No, senor! No, senor! No, senor! No, senor! Chicago! Chicago! No vamos para...
Oh, I remember that. Oh, my God, I remember that. They took a timeout right when he kicked the field goal, and it went through the first one, so they called it back because the timeout was in effect. They kicked the next one. It was no good, and that ruined that. Oh, my God. Wow. I do remember that, Admin. That was a big deal. That was a big deal. Look at his face. Ooh. That's that face Mikey puts. Mikey puts that face in Discord all the time. The Shaq face going. Same one. Thank you, Sherry, for that.
Did this hit the upright and the crossbar? Oh, my goodness. The Bears' season's going to end on a double doink.
Ground ball. Dylan Moore comes home. Nobody home. Wow.
Bad news, Bears. I don't even think that movie was this bad, was it?
I'm not sure I've seen that before.
Se tarda un poco. Va directo, Toño, me parece. A ver qué pasa.
Jason Kipnis bounces one, botched it. I don't know what in the world.
He's forced his way in. It's just behind him.
Stoop and maybe put something on it. It's a bit half-hearted. That's how easy you can concede a goal.
Michigan guys on the Notre Dame side. Go from center, they score! All the way from center ice. Slaker makes it 1-0 Michigan.
Michigan's going to win the draw. They're going to go D to D. Cicconi's going to move the puck up, and he launches it. Goes up in the air. Oh, it's a dreadful black pass from Trippier, which Rompey turned and in despair watched. Horrible, truly horrible.
In this lineup. Hit that one hard on the button, and it sails away from Jones. Judge is going to try and make it to second, and he is in there. That ball just knuckled away from Adam Jones in right field.
But you see, this ball just kind of goes the other way. He didn't even draw leather. They're going to give him.
Just kind of picks it up, takes a few steps. Probably one of the worst things I've ever done in my career. I didn't even realize I did it until halftime, to be honest.
Donovan's going crazy. Quinn Snyder's like, wait, what's happening here?
Oh, LeBron, you could do it, buddy. I just had a malfunction. I really had a malfunction. So, I felt bad for the refs on that one because, they probably get a write-up on that one. That was pretty bad.
On that one. As the snap comes back, it gets dropped. He picks it up. The kicker tries to kick it. He kicks the ground. The ball falls down. They try to pick it up. It gets knocked loose. Then Jacoby Francis said, I'm going to take it the other way for 2.
Her on that will be the penalty, is my guess. Not a guy you want to be in the penalty box either. Hey, this is going in! It's a goal! That's a goal! The Wolves get an empty net goal on an errant pass. That is incredible. And the pass hit the errant stick. That's a good goal. Absolutely a good goal. Never touched anything.
Put into it, bait him into it. Hernandez, it's a high fly ball to left. Ozuna's back. Out of room. Oh, my goodness. What in the world happened to him? He misread it badly, climbing the wall, and then the ball landed on the warning track as he fell off of the wall and bounced over for a double.
I don't know if he's embarrassed or hurt. I'm really glad it happened to him. He deserves it. It's my boy. The only thing that would made it better if it hit off his head when he fell down, but still not my favorite double.
President Vladimir Putin took part in his annual exhibition hockey game with a bunch of former NHLers, but of course Putin stole the show, potting 8 goals despite the stifling defense and goaltending. Even the referee was impressed with Putin's goal-scoring prowess, but it wasn't completely a banner day as during the lap of honor, Putin, oh no, forgot about the carpet taking a tumble.
Can't help but laugh at that.
This is nuts. Oh, your guy, your guy hit his head on the backboard. This is in Division 3.
Take another look at this.
Oh,
that was really painful.
Is he okay?
He's
okay, right? Yeah, he's fine. He got up. Looks great.
But there is still a long way to go, and he almost went there. He almost went with that left hand. And Maxwell looking a little bit groggy on a face which tells a story. Oh, great shot!
Ooh, wow.
Well, where did that come from? I can hardly believe what I've seen. An astonishing turnaround. He gets to his feet and he stopped it. He stopped it. Sam Maxwell turns that fight around. And where did that come from? He looked as though he was spent. He looked as though it was all over. He looked as though one more big shot from Sadiri and he'd be gone. And then he produced that. Quite extraordinary. Aggressive to tackle.
Oh, Harden saw that coming a mile away. Look out for the guy with the squeegee.
Wait, did that come out? That went through. That ball went through. That ball should count.
But it will not count. This is not something that will trigger a replay. Mike D'Antoni still pleading his case, but it's going to be for nothing.
2 6s plus Brandt and Havertz.
Haraguchi's ignite by the weather. Exacerbated line.
That's actually funny, but only if you're not another fan.
Keep it in, he gets some good support goal. Jorgensen's
Did he stop it himself? And there it is. Yeah, he kept it out of the net himself.
Can probably take 100 shots from that area and it might never happen. Tough feeling when you see it
going in, and then all of a sudden come.
All right, so there's that. I know not everybody's into sports and stuff, but I thought I have some of this stuff uploaded for different things, so different variations of different stuff. It's always good. All right, let's see here. All right, let's check some. Since we are a true crime channel, let's see what we got here. I think she's done this a time or two before. Just saying.
And it's so funny when they do this because you're just like, really, you don't know what ticket you didn't pay or what crime you committed? Come on.
You know why you have the warrant. Agreed. Yes. You see what happens when I get bored? This is my rubber band ball that I made.
Oh, wow.
Yes. What happens when I get bored? I sit and do things. You can tell I have ADHD. I do dumb shit like this constantly.
That's good, though. It keeps you occupied so you can
It
focus.
does. I think maybe somebody should do like a little makeup tutorial with Helen here. Just saying. Maybe at this point. might be helpful, a few times. So thanks for joining us today. I love your icon or your avatar. Sorry, I don't know.
Oh, Lord. Wow.
That is absolutely awesome. I love it. Love it. Love it.
Cute. It's so ugly. It's cute. Them big old eyeballs.
Yep. Agreed. Thanks for being here. Crime Report and Nachos. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, my goodness. Crime report says, I buy her drink.
Oh, crime. Come on now. No. Miss Kim, I do have to say I love your avatar because that's a pretty awesome shirt you're wearing right there.
Yeah, I'm really loving that shirt. I may have one just like it. Same color, everything.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. I'm telling you, folks, it really is. Take a look at that awesome big circle there in the front. I don't know. I've heard that's a really good channel too. I don't know. I don't know him, but it's got to be good. It's a great shirt. That's all I'm saying. Not one drop of alcohol this man has had. Can you tell, folks? Don't you love? Didn't you
say that?
You had to love these guys, Doodle. You had to.
Oh yeah, I'd mess with them. It was great.
What
are you talking about? I didn't drink a thing. Why do you smell like Jägermeister? I don't even know what that is. Oh, come on.
I tried something new and I brushed my teeth tonight with rubbing alcohol for the girls, guys. That's what I did.
I had a woman tell me that her tooth glue, her denture glue, must have had alcohol in it. Right, lady. Sure.
Oh my God. This is hilarious. All right, SRB. We'll be here. This is great. This guy's going to be funny. I can just tell.
You kind of smell.
This guy is the master of doing nothing wrong. He's been arrested twice for nothing. Twice.
For nothing. Just bad luck.
Yeah, it just happens. He just falls into that area and that officer just happens to be there and he just so happens to get pulled over.
Right. The officer's picking on him.
Agreed. And he also planted all that stuff in his trunk too. Don't forget that. That way he could arrest him for nothing,
Good Lord.
So it's only $20. It's no big deal. What? Is that how that is over there? Because I know it ain't like that here. You can't have it. Period. Jesus. These people are insane. Well, for not being able to breathe, he's talking a whole hell of a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I've heard it all.
That's a funny one, though. I used to get those, too. They'd freak out. We were taking them to the hospital. A lot of them were what we called, trying to remember what that was called.
Frequent flyers.
Well, we had frequent flyers, but there was Section 8ers that we had that were usually a mental issue or something.
Right.
And they'd be freaking out, like yelling and screaming, I can't breathe, and I can't breathe. And they're screaming, yelling, and we're going, do you know how much oxygen it takes to yell at somebody? You're breathing a lot, bro. Calm down here. Calm down. It was usually drug induced or something like that. But they called them Section 8, so it is what it is. Sometimes it was mental disability, sometimes it was breakdown, whatever. It's just a lot of those used to kill me though. If you'd stop yelling and realize that you can breathe, I know anxiety will definitely. I have anxiety attacks all the time. Period. But
those are hard because your heart beats real fast and you're breathing.
Yeah. That's what I've done the same thing when I've had an anxiety attack. I'm like, I can't breathe. And my mother was standing next to me one time. She's like, honey, you're talking to me, therefore you're breathing. And I went,
oh,
okay, thanks, Mom. You know how that goes. Yeah, you gotta love it. Been breathing great if he had that cheeseburger in his hand.
I would be too. Hurry up.
He seems to be in a hell of a hurry too. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. That's a new one for me. I've never heard that much.
Oh boy. I would have rather taken care of Otis any day.
I don't know why I pulled that down like that. It was fine, but hold on. This one was being a bad boy. If they put the net on his head, that's usually a bad sign.
He's been spitting. He's spitting.
Yep.
Make it right.
We had to use those too sometimes. We had to use those for biters. They had a thing that we had to put over there because they would try to bite your arms if you're putting
yeah.
IVs and stuff. They're doing this and that. I'm like, why didn't you guys take them and then take them, do their thing, calm them down, bring them to the hospital, so on and so forth? We had to transport. It was so much fun. I loved it. Good to see you, brother. I hope you're having a good day. I hope you're feeling good today too. I appreciate you stopping by, bud. Hope all is well with you guys. Thank you for being in here today. I appreciate you. Good to see you, Croc, Charlie, as well. Yeah, I'm going to say something right now. If this dude had 40,000 and he's got 3,700 left, and he had a bad day in Vegas. I'll say that much.
And he's going to have another bad day the next morning when he realizes he's lost 40K.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Mikey says, man, we had this guy, Dale, up north. He'd stop taking his lithium and would get on the crank. The guy was known for kicking cops' car doors open. Jeez. That takes some strength, especially if they're latched already. Hell, that'll give you that superhuman strength too. I remember them days, seeing them people get all whacked out like that. My God, that strength comes out of nowhere. You wouldn't think they'd have it either. Probably, Karen. I agree. Welcome, Karen. Good. So she got bad coffee and decided I ain't paying for this, and this is where she ends up at because of a bad cup of coffee.
Yeah, you would be surprised how often that happens.
I've never. That's interesting. I mean, I've had a lot of bad coffee. I've not wanted to pay for it, but it's 60 cents for Christ's sakes. Come on.
Right. Right.
Good Lord Almighty.
Joe.
I mean, I think I have complained about bad coffee and they took it off the bill, but I've never not paid for it. I mean, I
had a bad haircut one time, and I wanted to refuse to pay for it, but I mean, it was that bad. But I paid for it.
That's always bad haircuts can make a bad day, bad week. AR said no is not paying for bad coffee a felony. If so, I finally found one I have not been charged with. There you go, bud. There you go. There you go. In first responder school, they told us about a call with a guy who cut his stomach open and his intestines were on the ground. Jesus Christ. I've heard of stuff like that brutally. We've had issues with people that are whacked out on PCP and stuff like that. LSD, acid trips, bad like you wouldn't believe, that have like stabbed themselves. One guy threw himself out of a top story window because he was diving into a swimming pool. I had another guy one time that was on a bad acid trip that was running headfirst into a tree for like hours, and his face looked like hamburger when he got there. So yeah, a lot of those are fun. Lots of fun. Wondered like why these guys do that, and they're yelling at these women as if these women are gonna go, oh, there's my dream guy right there, I see him. When are we gonna get married, baby? You know what I mean? You always wonder that kind of shit.
Right. It's like, let me not pay for my coffee so I can go in there and see him.
Of course. Why don't you? Wow. You never understand these people. You can't. That's a good one too, AR. That's hilarious. That always sucks. Or when you come out of that stupor, it's like, what the hell? This is another reason why I quit drinking, folks, because you just when you stop remembering things, that becomes a problem. Sorry. Or when you get the phone calls the next day that start off with, "Do you know what you did last night?" Oh, I don't miss those phone calls either. Thank you, Karen. Looks like she's been busy too. If you look at the working on her muffler.
Vacuum.
Yeah, right. Or I always say working on your muffler, but hey, whatever. This is what I say and ask about my alcoholic. Do you remember your senior year in high school? Yeah, I do. I do. It was the year after that I don't remember. So, oh, when you wake up and log in your bank account, that's horrible, Mike. That's horrible. Or yeah, like for instance, the day after you get your income tax check, when you have that big income tax check because you have 7 children, and you wake up the next day and there's only $500 left out of 6,000. Figure that one out. Yeah. Am I still here? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't know. Wisdom says Dago lost connection, but I can see you. I hear you.
I'm here.
Oh no. Cassie says, dudes, what did you do? I don't know what I did.
Are you here?
I'm here.
I think so. Said your side stopped on the other side.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know either.
It says a stream uploaded policy violation.
Is this a filter? Or
It might get you next. It might get you next for playing that.
Might be what?
It could be. They might get you next for playing that. Like you usually do, like a copyright deal where you played something and they let you know.
Yeah. I don't think it should. It's probably not a strike, Alicia. It's probably a warning. I took it down anyway. That's got to be what it is.
I think it's what it looks just like whenever you have those little things on yours and then you come back.
All right, well, I took it down. Let me see something here. Let me check my mail. I didn't get it. That's weird. Oh, well, it'll probably hit me next then. Either way, it's down now. See if yours will come back up, Doodle. I will keep watching, guys, and see if she pops back up over there.
Oh, Wisdom said it shut down my stream. So I might have got a strike. I don't know.
You shouldn't have.
I don't know how to. I guess it would be in my email, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it says your video has been taken down from YouTube. Huh. Oh, I received a copyright removal request.
Really?
Yeah. Yep, so it is a strike.
Are you kidding me?
No, it says you received a copyright strike.
What? From what?
I guess from the
I don't know. That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know.
I filter these things. When you look something up and you run it through, search your channel stuff.
Yeah.
Alicia says she can still see the stream.
Oh, okay. Well, okay.
There's something going on because I got something like that the other day too. A strike for something else.
Yeah.
But it never took my video down.
Huh. Well,
there's something going on with YouTube.
Still up. I don't know.
Well, I'm not going to play that just in case.
Yeah, I wouldn't, just in case for you for sure.
Something else. I don't want to cause.
Cassie says I'm back. So what does that mean? Is it still a strike? Or they just mess up? Or how's it work?
Mama Bear said to fight it. They've been doing weird things like this. They just did this to Alicia. Remember that?
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I won't play that one then. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's not your fault. I just didn't want you to get it.
I don't want either one of us to get it, but that's just that's crazy. We're about done anyway, guys. Just saying. Got a couple little things here. Wow. They need to check their stuff too, because I filtered this stuff through the Creative Commons like we're supposed to, and it clears it and it lets me play it. So
huh.
All right, let's see what we got here. Oh wow, this will choose most of the ladies. Most of the ladies will enjoy this. I had a few of these uploaded.
I'm a little bit late. I'm so drunk. Is that a plane? Let's put some distance between us and this island and head out to open sea. Yes to the first, yes to the second, but only so far as we keep to the... I'm just going to start a take again. Shall I after that?
Quiet in the background, please. Thank you. Here we go. And action.
What Cavendish was, well, he's no longer welcome. The man's disgraced himself and he shouldn't be on Melbourne with a cricket club.
All that's left is to climb aboard the Davy Jones crocodile machine or whatever it's called. What's the bloody thing called? Flying what? Dutchman. You have no idea. What'd you call me? Are you calling me out? Who's calling you out? It's not me. Pity. Yourself, I have things firmly in hand. Darling, you are killing me, please.
It looks like you have a vagina on your face.
Sorry, I quit.
You can keep Barbosa, the belligerent homunculus, and his sticky wooden friend. Yeah.
Still rolling. Parker.
I'll get it this time, I promise. Don't worry.
That's it. Action.
You can keep Barbosa, the belligerent homunculus, and his... I hit the ceiling. I caught the ceiling.
40 Charlie 1.
Fuck.
All right.
Ow!
And
Ow!
very nice.
Open the door! And insisted that the bear, no, simply wasn't Michael at all. But Michael was hardly a prisoner, and Porthos simply wasn't the bear at all. You knew this. I did not. You knew this. I did not. Very sorry. A little over the top. Maybe. Maybe.
We just need to follow the X.
X always marks the spot. Savvy. You know what I mean. It's an old saying. Someone must ensure that the world turns properly. People are what they... Oh, that, you can't curse in a Disney film, mate. See? I told him.
What the hell's he talking about?
He's dead.
Sorry.
You
Sorry.
missed. Do you have the courage and fortitude to follow orders and stay... I love you, man. Let's just face facts. Do you have the courage to fortitude...
Action, Mark.
Go.
Go. Yeah. What?
Who
are you?
What? Oh, Mark Bridges, costume designer.
You Italian?
No.
Who are you?
Mike Fantasy.
Oh, now I'm stuck. Square my debt with Jones. Guaranteed by free. What's in there?
Every writer begins his novel with a great book and 15 prostitutes, and then some cotton wool, and then a long striped animal. Cut.
I'm touched at this most sincerest form. I'm touched at this most. I'm touched. I think this take's going very well, don't you?
And I want you to, and I'd like to try it all again. I really would. You guys.
There's no one there.
This thing has come between us.
Darling. Steady yourself. I beg of you, darling, please.
Buzzy, what's about it? Buzzy, head no head. And set.
I'm trying to work. Yes.
Do you have the courage and fortitude to follow orders and stay brave in the sea? Oh, God, I hate this bloody line. We're the writers. I'm going to kill them. Come on, monkey. Come on, monkey. Today is the night. Oh, thank you.
What of Blackbeard's
Sorry, my sword nearly went up Johnny's nose, which wouldn't be good.
I wouldn't mind it.
Sorry, I beg
No,
your
really, I'm up for anything.
Oh, God. It looks like a vagina on your face.
Surely you mean the pubic hair above a vagina.
Like that.
Yes, he died.
That's quite horrible.
Because apparently, he left her with 4 boys and no income to speak of.
Don't get stingy.
Well, if it wasn't for her mother's help.
Hey, God. Sorry.
Are you certain? Sorry.
What? Not you again.
Stand correct.
But I forgive your feeble minds and the sorry. Bubble.
Like it or not, Jack, you will.
At this most sincerest. At this most sincerest form. Don't stop. Keep rolling. It's going to be great. I can feel it. There's magic in the air. One touch.
Aubrey, mind
What?
if you have your hand? I'm sorry. Get this.
Bit closer.
Yeah, a bit closer. Yeah. Okay.
There may be tongue.
Yeah.
Let us not, dear friend, forget our lines. Let us not forget our lines, shall we? Is it not common practice for those being executed to... There's heads in this thing. Let's start again.
I want you to pay particular attention. Psst. Hello. Particular attention. I want you to pay particular attention to the teeth. Ouch.
Oh, my darling.
Oh, steady.
What I want first response to the ONS helicopter. Why fight when you can negotiate? All one needs. Help.
3, 2, 1, hit!
Oh. It's all going terribly well. You hold.
Couple two. Handcuffs. Hey, I just want to say it's been a great time working with all of you, and including that Australian guy over there, and you especially, my bro, and El Gigante, Ellen, and Georgia, and Sue, and John, and you know, this reminds me of this old black spiritual that marker.
I shall help you to find the compass if you'll do strange things to my dog. His name is Tim.
I can't write.
Him. I love you. You have traveled, but you have traveled far.
Wait, take this with you. Take this as well. Go on. Take it.
Your reconciliatory navigator. There, I said it. I feel better for it.
Why can't you invest?
It's okay.
Okay.
No. It's me now.
Oh.
No, it's okay.
No.
Okay.
No.
Let us sail to the wounded, diseased canary.
Let's go.
To the dying gull. To the dying gull. Horrible name.
Thank you, sir.
Action!
Oh. That's powerful.
That's nice. Isn't that nice? You should try it against a tree like that, really. In fact, for a boy.
All right, sir. Come on. All right.
It's quite long, Clothis. Been drinking, boy. That's very special, isn't it?
All right. Hurry
It's
up.
quite impressive, boy. Come on. I think you're bleeding. Come on.
Spade 57, apple 4, 5.
I am El Gigante, the leader of the crew. And I hereby pronounce this the final shot of the set. Wait a minute.
What the?
I should put a no! Go away.
You're not. What?
Sorry, John. Not for me. For my father.
He laughed first, eh? I didn't.
Still rolling. Action.
No. We're going out of shot. Okay, don't come. See if I care. Margaret.
Rob, what are we gonna do with this?
It's gonna be okay. No, it's gonna be okay. No, keep going.
I don't speak Spanish. Try again.
And the objects. Topology.
Oh. Do we have any cool? Tiger. that was good.
9!
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
It looks like you have a vagina on your face.
Surely you mean the pubic hair above a vagina. I simply cannot get my head around that.
Charlie.
However, now that you mention it, I am unable to steal my mind away from it.
Go stuff a mattress with that thing.
I should probably fall out that way, shouldn't I?
No, you're good. Yes!
Seriously.
And cut.
I'm dead. That's me. I won't be in 6.
Thanks, Dirk.
Okay, everybody. I think that's going to do it for today. So, thank you, Doodle, for another great show today.
Thank you for having me up here.
Yes. I gotta check something here. Nothing. Did you get anything else from that little thing that happened?
Nope, nothing else yet. I did the counter thing, but where I fight it.
Oh, I thought maybe you sat on the counter and screamed and yelled or something. I don't know.
Oh, I'll do that probably later. But no, as of now, I'm good.
I think there's something wrong with YouTube, because I got something like this the other day and it said that they took down my video. The video's up.
That's so weird. Mine's gone. I don't know if it would even show up until after it was over, but I don't know.
I'm going to show you guys when we have our meeting. That's part of what we're going to talk about in the meeting, because I didn't understand it. It was weird.
Yeah.
And that's why I stopped showing Ryan Hall, because I was thinking maybe that's where it came from, because he's very particular about some of his stuff. So I didn't know.
Oh,
but
well.
either way. So yes, any of the blue crew that's in here, there is a meeting after today. After the show today, sorry. Anyway, but yes, everybody, thank you so much for joining us today. I appreciate it very much. I hope you guys enjoyed the show today. I hope you guys are having a great day today. We'll continue having a great day today until I see you later on this evening or early. I don't know, whenever I'll be back. I've had a lot of coffee and I think I'm a little bit loopy from being tired. So my apologies. When I start, you guys know how I get when I start getting goofy and tired and coffee drunk, whatever you call it. So yes, Blue Crew, there is a meeting directly after this. I'll set it up. Other than that, everybody else that's in chat, if there is anybody else, thank you so much for joining us, guys. I appreciate you so very much. We do. You guys are amazing. Very much so. Again, Doodle, thanks for having me up here. Yes, that's what it is.
Having me up here.
Thanks for joining me today. It was wonderful, as always. Again, hopefully we'll see you guys here shortly later on. And don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing, because you guys are absolutely amazing. Much love to you all, and I will see you all very soon.
Bye, guys. Take care.
Life's a journey, let's make every moment shine. Together we share our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you.